darkness continues.
Open your mind.
Dark exodus. Dark exodus. The protest. Dark exodus. Open your mind.
You know.
Yeah, X.
You know.
Dark exodus. You understand? Yeah, X.
Open your mind.
Dark exodus. Dark exodus. The protest. Dark exodus. Open your mind.
You know.
Yeah, X.
You know.
Dark exodus. You understand? Yeah, X. Dark X. Yeah, X.
You know.
You understand? Yeah, X.
Open your mind.
Dark Exodus. Dark Exodus.
And we are back. Peace, folks. And welcome back to another edition of the Proper Thought series right here on the old T.P.O.T YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Special guest tonight, man. Tonight is one of those nights where I actually have somebody on that I want to talk to, not you Negroes want to see. See, that's what's going on tonight. Somebody I want to talk to. All right. So it ain't about entertaining you Negroes tonight. It's about me talking to a brother that I want to talk to. The one and only DeAndre is in the house. But before we get started, y'all know I always start the stream off with thanking you good folks, man. Because I realize you don't have to watch these damn videos. You don't have to sub to this channel. You don't have to share it. You don't have to like it. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. But you good folks choose to do so, man. Night after night, you show up. You hang out with me till the wee hours of the morning, most of the time. And I want you to know, man, that I appreciate it, man. I do. I know I talk shit to y'all. And I say a lot of shit you don't like. But one thing I don't do is take you lightly. I never have, and I never will. I appreciate you watching these videos. I appreciate you showing up. I appreciate you subbing. And I definitely appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. So every night that I get up on here and talk on this here mic, I'm going to thank you, man, to let you know that I'm appreciative. I'm humbled. I'm honored. And I'm thankful. All right. Not only for all that other stuff I mentioned, man, but for your participation, your loyalty, man, and your ultimate backing of me. All right. All right. So let's get at it. Without further ado, let me bring in my folk. The one and only.
What's going on?
What's good with it, man?
What's going on, brother Xavier? How you doing?
I'm good, man. Been a while, brother. Been a while, man.
Yeah.
Man, all the while, man. Let me say this before we even get started. My ass done aged since we've spoken, but somehow you not. I don't know how. I don't know how that happened, but send me the secret, goddamn it, in the back chat, goddamn it. But
oh man,
what's good with it, man?
It's
Been a while,
nothing,
brother.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Shit, I done age. I'm gonna be 40 next month. So
No shit. I got goddamn hammers older than that in my damn garage. God damn it.
I know, right? I know, right? You know what
Shit,
I'm
I got a
saying?
hammer. I got a hammer in my garage that was made in 1973. So
Yeah.
I literally got a hammer older than that.
Yeah. You know what
So
I'm
what's
saying?
good with it, man? What have you been
Ain't it?
up to? I don't want to
Yeah.
throw a lot of shit at you at once, but
Nah,
I
go ahead.
want
You
to
got some.
I want to get into the Olympics because I'm pretty sure you're
Mhm.
pretty close to where the Olympics were, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So I want to get into all that shit, but before
Mhm.
we do that, I want to know what's been going on with you, man, since the last time we kind of chopped it up.
Last time I was, I was, still pushing and working, and then the Rona threw a kibosh and a lot of stuff because me and the fam we was packing up to move to England. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We was packing up to move to England. My youngest, he was going to go to high school over there in London, and then the Rona hit. So
Okay.
it messed up a lot of money because
Yeah.
I was supposed to do the 2020 Olympics and stuff with that, and then we had to do a lot of you know how it is. You own your business, you getting contracts, and then when something like that happened, the money that was there ain't there no more, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. But you
Yeah.
know that's why you get your deposit up
Yeah.
front. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? You don't get it on the back. You get it on the back, the side, in the middle, and the front end. You know, so
Absolutely.
I had to do some readjusting. I moved where I was, like down in near Tokyo. So I actually moved south. So I'm actually in like Nagoya area, which is I take a bullet train. So if you drive, it's like 3-4 hours away from Tokyo. But if you want a bullet train, it's 45 minutes,
Mm.
45 minutes to 90 minutes, depending on which train you get. So I'm more in Japan than where I was at before. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so
Okay.
I went from seeing a lot of black people to seeing I'm the only nigga around.
So let me ask you about that. Like, I mean,
Mhm.
is it? I mean, is it difficult being? Because we talk about being a brother in
Mhm.
Japan. Is it
Right.
difficult? Because I had talked to God, Joe, I believe his name is. All
Yeah.
right. I had
Mhm.
talked to him and I had
Yeah.
asked him pretty much the similar things. Like, is it difficult being a brother in Japan? I mean, is everyday life different? Is it harder? Is it easier? Or is it kind of indifferent and neutral? Can you just go about your business for the most part?
Um, I put it to you like this. I put it to you like this. You find out how American you are when you leave America.
Mm,
So a lot of things that you chalk up of you being, oh, because I'm black, it's because I'll say, and I've been to a lot of other countries too. Um, it's because you're not them. You're not from that country. So it's not necessarily that because you're black as the first thing. It's because you're not them. Like in the case where I'm at, is you're not Japanese.
okay.
They take care of their own. It's like, so and then but I don't have to worry about the police just running up on me whipping my ass.
Okay. So it's more
And then
like you're foreign as
yeah,
opposed to you're black. Okay.
yeah. And then
Okay.
there's layers to it. Like there's a and what I mean, you realize that how American you are is when I'm walking around, because the way I look at whatever, they don't first think that I'm a black American
Okay.
versus, oh, you're from Africa, right?
Mm,
Then, if I have my hair back or if I have it wrapped up or something like that, they'll think, okay, you from Africa somewhere. And then they look at my hair, then they say, oh, okay, maybe you from the island somewhere. And then when I start talking, oh, you from America. So it's like it's different things. And then depending on the country that you're from, where you're black, you get treated different.
mm,
So, oh, you from America. Oh, okay, you cool. I'm like, what? I
okay.
was like, because I seen what happens to African brothers with my skin complexion or darker. and they from Africa. They don't trust them. They don't mess with them. Now they just kind of push them off to the side. Yeah. So
Mm.
yeah.
So, far as because I know you've been there. Wow. How long you been in Japan?
Um, I came to Japan in 2002.
No, so you've been there a minute. So, you're
Yeah.
beyond the language barriers and all that kind of stuff. You
Yeah.
probably walk down the street and you can
Yeah.
read Japanese signs just like anything else. But
Yeah.
is there an English element to it? Do
Mhm.
you see some things like written in English when you like say going to the store or something?
Well, that like yeah, because like where I was living at before, like I just moved here a year ago, like in like October.
Okay.
So where I was at before, I made sure where I was at that there was an enclave of people, like foreigners and from different countries and stuff like that. So Kanagawa, or where I was living at, like Yokohama, close to Tokyo, and it's military bases and stuff like that. So mostly everybody speaks English for the most part when you're in those central places or any central major city. It's when you start getting where I'm at now is you you might find somebody speak English and be surprised, but um they put signs what we would say in English, but it's like it's called romanji, right? It's
Mm,
the Roman numerals or whatever. So whatever you see that's a Japanese word that you can read it, they call it romanji. Like the phonetic spelling in Roman alphabetical or Latin language. Because there's three different languages. There's kanji, there's hiragana, and there's katakana.
mm,
So when Japanese write anything, they have to write it three different ways to get to they got to write it two different ways to get to the kanji. And
mm.
it's like 300 to 400 characters of kanji, and depending on how you put them together. So just to note, if y'all get these tattoos in kanji, they laughing at y'all. Because if you don't put
Aha.
them in the right, if you don't put them right, then it's gonna mean something totally different. So
Yeah.
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 But it's not hard to get around. It's just like any language. It's harder because they say the second hardest language to learn is like Japanese and Chinese and Arabic and stuff like that. Other than English, that's like the second hardest language to learn to speak because you don't recognize it. You don't understand like what those I call them squigglies or stick people. You don't understand what those things mean. So it takes some time. And then hearing it, and then the other thing is that it's very gender specific when you're talking. So there's only about 20 to 30 unisex words
Mm.
in Japanese. So the men um, have their own way of speaking. They don't use certain words, just like Spanish and Italian in a lot of cases. Um, so when you're learning Japanese, they tell you to learn it from a man if you're a man, because if you learn it from a woman, you're going to sound like
Yeah.
you're gonna sound gay, really. Yeah, no one's gonna take you seriously. So it's best for you to learn if you're gonna learn it from a man and an older man, because the older people, the way it works is the hierarchy. It's an older man, a middle aged man, like somebody that's like 20 or something like that, and then you got children. So if you learning your Japanese from someone that's like younger than you or at your age, if you talk to an older person, their Japanese is going to sound different to you, but because it has more authority, it just sounds different, right? And that's how they carry it, and that's how they listen. That's how they pay attention. They're very age hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? The age thing is very a big thing. Like even when I was working with people, and even if the guy, you know what I'm saying, may have been a manager or something, they would ask me how old I was. And
Mm.
when if I was older than him, even though he was the manager, he never could raise his voice at me or come at me sideways because I'm older than him, even though I'm at a lower position or something like that. That's how they carry it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. See that structure. See, that's what black folks need over here. Need that kind of stuff going on. Would you, as a brother yourself, would you
Mhm.
would you recommend a brother coming to live over there? Um, in Japan or in any part of Asia? Would you recommend a brother from the States coming to live over there if they hit you up and be like, "Yo, DeAndre, I think I want to move to Japan, man. What you think?"
Me personally, if I was to be like, before, because I was with this whole, yeah, come over here, bro, do it. But for me being over here for a long period of time, I would tell them to come visit, stay here about a year or two, and see if you like it. And a lot of times, um, from the first group of guys that I knew that came over that was in my age bracket, a little bit older, they
Hmm.
usually bounce out about 5 years in, mainly. Like out of that, I would say the 30 of my closest homeboys, it's only like 3 of us or 4 of us left.
Do you
So
think? What do you think that's from? Do you think it's because they just can't deal with the culture? Is life too hard over there? Is it not enough money? What's the?
the problem the problem is that they don't understand what being an immigrant is. And when because we can root it in a lot of other things, and we know our social problems and stuff, but it's not just them, it's Americans and Europeans in general. Living in Asia is a different story. So it's not just black people, because it's very few and far in between us that actually immigrate over or actually travel that far or even travel to that degree where they're going to stay somewhere for like 6 months to like a year somewhere, right? So it's a different thing because, who are you using to, like, you have to get that mentality out, because you got to get it from the mud. Like, when you come over, you are competing against them, and you don't know their culture. You don't understand how things work to that degree, and they work. They work 6 days a week. They you know what I'm saying, they get one day off really, and there comes a certain time where if you're a certain age and you ain't married, oh, you gets no respect. Like none.
Mm,
Like they even, what I mean, you're not going to go up in the ladder of the job market or nothing like that. And then you get a certain point where that 5 year to 6 year mark, and this is where the African people from like the continent or from third world countries, they do better than us, is because about 5 to 6 years in, they build in their whole business, because it's not their, like, you need to add to the society, right? And we're not going to, like, why are you here? You're here to be a middleman for the rest. We want you to bring your culture here so we can understand your culture and partake in your culture, so we don't have to leave our culture to do it, like our
mm,
country to do it. That's basically what it is, right? But in American westernized society, it's a brain drain. We incentivize the immigrants to come over and to be a part and to build up the whole society. Where other countries that are established, especially in Asia, they're very homogeneous. They just want a little bit of you to come over so they can evolve and advance their culture, but still keep what they have. And they're not going to let you just sit on their system and suck away the stuff, because they'll get rid of you like that. You're gone. Like, you always got to be producing. And it's a westernized mindset that once you're in, once you got it, once all this other stuff. That's why you always hear about the whole thing with the Naomi Osaka's and stuff like that, and a lot of other things. So if I was to basically give an honest opinion, you got to, if you have to change your mindset, sure, come over. We have a lot of brothers that's over here, sisters. We have a lot of groups, help groups or whatever. But the first thing that we actually tell them in the group is, you got 5 to 6 years and you better be on some business. If you ain't on no business, pack it up and bounce. Don't stay here and then be dejected, and then you going back to the States and you shell shocked because you used to a certain way of life and you forgot that you are American. Don't be, we call it a pseudo Japanese. Don't come over here and be pseudo Japanese. You're gonna get your feelings hurt real quick.
mm. So no bumming and slumming and all that kind of crap that's easily accepted over here. Over
No.
there, you must produce.
You must produce. You listen. You must look. People that don't produce in Japan, you know what they do? They walk into the suicide force and kill themselves.
Oh yeah, the suicide part.
Hmm.
I was going to get to that.
Hmm.
So I guess that's what happens, right? You go over there or you're there and you live there and you're not a producer, so you just march yourself in there and kill yourself
Yeah,
inside of the forest.
yeah, because they have this strict thing. Well, Asia in Asia, period, right? They have this strict honor code. Everything's about family. Everything's about producing. Everything is about standing up, right? And you always hear this thing about patriarchy. We want a patriarchy. In Japan, we had the COVID thing happen, but it was more people that killed themselves from suicide than COVID did anything,
Mm.
right? And that's because they couldn't produce, and it's mainly men. So, and I tell a lot of guys when they talk about, man, I want to come over there, man. It's men running things. And men, I said, yes, it's men running things, but you're probably if you're having a problem over there, oh, you ain't gonna make it over here. Like I can smell it and tell who can make it and who can't just by having a conversation with them. And I'll just be brutally and bluntly honest because I don't want. I, I tell brothers if you're gonna come over here, then don't come here first. Go to Vietnam, which is the quality of life is way cheaper. Go to Australia because that's more westernized. You'll do well in
Mm.
Australia because it's like the same system we got in America, right? It's way more safer. They ain't got no guns, none of that stuff, and whatever, right? You can go to Malaysia. You can go to Singapore. You can go and then try Korea. China's iffy, and then you can work your way up to come into Japan. But go to Europe first. You'll do way better in Europe before you come over here. Just go to Europe, and then the way their system works, everything works. You can be good. It's like you can be in America. Like it's like you get the American system without the American hassle.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm just be honest with you. It's hard. It ain't easy. It ain't easy at all.
Yeah, well, it makes perfect sense. Because you got to figure. I mean, if you're gonna go, if you're gonna go to any other country, you're definitely gonna have like some growing pains, because
Yeah.
it's gonna be a culture shock. Things are gonna be different. Your everyday life is gonna be different. So you're gonna have
Mhm.
to kind of shake, some of your old habits and your old mind frames just to freaking exist there. And you
Yeah.
have to go in line with the culture. I would imagine, like here, people can get away with doing anything. I mean, here it's just do whatever. There's no code of conduct, uh, uh, so to speak.
Hmm.
In these other countries, there's going to be some degree of code of conduct that's expected of you. While you're living there.
Yeah.
I mean, you ain't just going to be able to go over there and just be willy nilly and shit. And I
Yeah.
think, like you said, I think brothers should be prepared for that. If they want to, head to the east. All right,
Hmm.
they want to
Yeah.
head that way, man. So
Yeah.
the COVID thing,
Hmm.
it hit America pretty hard,
Yeah.
and I'm assuming it hit there pretty hard too, right?
Well, if you a lot of people forget this is that the when it happened in China, right? The first case that was actually international was it actually happened in Japan. It was the
Mm,
cruise liner, and it was stuck in Yokohama. So that was the big thing when Japan expelled everybody back to the states or back to their country, kicked the cruise line out the country. So it actually touched Japan like second if when it got outside of China. And the thing, what I call it, me and my mother-in-law was speaking, and I said, America has the freedom of chaos, and Japan has the freedom of order. And when they
mm,
locked everything down, nobody said a word. Nobody was tripping. They locked it down. And people that were still trying to be open, they put them on national television and publicly shamed them. Their businesses, shut it down. right?
Wow.
And then the government came through, said, look, for every day that you close, we're going to give you this amount of money to your employees directly. If your landlord or whatever like this, you ain't going to be set out your house. We're going to pay your landlord directly. We're going to give them this, that, and the other. They came out with it quick. It was just very quick. Everybody always wear masks anyway. When I first got here in 2002, I thought everybody was sick on the train, but they always been wearing masks. So that's an Asian thing anyway.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, the mask is not really the mask is basically the way you explain how the mask works is everybody think, oh, so I won't get COVID. No, the mask is basically like somebody made a drawing. It's a meme. If you walk around and you got no pants on and you take a piss, you're gonna piss on somebody. But if you got pants on, you're only gonna piss on yourself. That's what the mask is basically for. Like it's from you to spread it to the next person, right? Because that little paper mask is not going to protect you from you in a onslaught. It's to keep it from spreading to someone else, and that's basically what it's actually for. You got other masks for that, but Japan didn't suffer that much. Now with this Olympics, yeah, they had like 4,000 cases a day in Tokyo and stuff like that, and blah blah blah. But relatively, the cases was like 500-600 at the peak of it when it first was jumping, because people knew to stay their ass in the house and not gather in places, even somewhere like Tokyo where everybody's condensed and stuff like that. So they knew what to do and they listened. Like I said, it's balance.
Well, I always thought that it's good that you say that because, we've always seen people in Asia wearing masks. And I always thought that they wore, for the pollution, the air quality or something like that,
China,
So yeah, and it's crazy because we made fun of it years ago. Oh, these Asian people, hey, walk around with masks on. Now in the United States, everybody's walking around with a goddamn mask. Ain't that something?
It works. Like
Yeah.
it's so every country is different, right? And when people say Asia, like it's just like black folk. You know what I mean? Everything's not a monolith. Like what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like I'm from Baltimore. I think Brother X, you were from New York, but you moved south, right? Is that correct?
North Carolina,
So
yeah.
down in North Carolina, right? I got kinfolk down in North Carolina, South Carolina, and stuff like that. So it's a difference between, when people say the East Coast, what part of the East Coast you're talking about? Because New York is different from Baltimore, and South and North Carolina is different from Baltimore, and
Absolutely.
so forth, right? Is every place, and even in the Carolinas, you know what I mean? Like there's a difference from what part you're from, and then the other part, and other parts, right? So
True.
Asia's different because it's a country, and each place is a different country, and Japan is an island. People don't realize that, and it's actually broken up into 3 islands. Like multiple islands, but the ones where people are really on is you got the one that's north of me. That's called Sapporo or Hokkaido, and it's right across from Russia. And then I'm on the main island, and then there's Okinawa. That's pretty much like Hawaii. So it's got Alaska and Japan. The main line is as long as California. So, and then you got the southern island, which is Okinawa, and it's different. It's different culture. Like even when I'm here, from where I moved from Tokyo, is different. So the mask thing like when you see an Asian person and people can't tell them a difference, it takes you a while to look at them, right? But to tell the difference, I can tell the difference because I've been around them for so long, so I know which one is what. And a fun fact is, if you say Asia, people keep forgetting that Russia is Asia. Like they keep forgetting that part. Like they don't know that part, and they don't know that Australia is considered Asia. They don't. And New Zealand is considered Asian. Samoans are considered Asian. Like they don't understand that part. But what it is that they wear them because they understand that they're in close proximity to each other. They don't have a lot of space like we have in the United States.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
As soon as you get outside of New York, Jersey, Philly, everything's wide open. You need a car to get every goddamn way.
No, absolutely.
You get out of the main cities, you need a car. Like the way Japan operates, the train system is where everybody goes. Like they're there, and even in China, you got like what, a quarter of the world's population in one country, but they're only using 10% of the landmass. So that's a lot of people stacked on top of each other. So they gotta wear the mask. If you know, and it's not just for COVID, it's just I got the flu, I got the cold. I'm trying to sneeze my germs all on you and stuff like that, which will cause a major catastrophe.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when you got a condensed freaking population like that, man.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that when the Olympics came there, you know,
Hmm.
when the Olympics came there, there had to be an influx of more people in there because you know you got all these other people from other countries, right, that are there for the Olympics. So it got a little more crowded, right?
Nope. What they did was
No.
they didn't allow, if no one was really paying attention really, but when people were watching the Olympics, they didn't allow people in the stands other than the staff that was working.
Okay.
So even the Japanese people that was here, the first thing that they did was saying, well, we're not going to let any foreigners come in the country to watch the Olympics.
Mm.
So if you're already in the country, if you're a foreigner, then you can watch it, right? But you're not going to come flying in to watch the Olympics. So they only allowed the crew or the people with the athletes and stuff like that. And then in the Olympic Village, if you was to work in the Olympic Village, you were quarantined inside the village. So you couldn't
Mm.
leave out the village. Like you had to be there. So there's a couple of articles about athletes after they did their medals, after they did their competition, they would go, they went and met some people that they knew or whatever, and they got in trouble. Because usually what athletes would do after the Olympic competition, they would stick around, especially if you won your medals. All the athletes would stick around and they do the closing ceremony. If you didn't win your medal within the last couple of days of the closing ceremony, you was on the first thing smoking out the country. You was gone.
Mm.
Like, yeah, they wasn't playing.
No,
That
no hanging out, no hanging out
no
around
hanging
here.
out, none of that, none of that.
Wow.
Like the sister that had the twisties thing, she was saying, Simone Plies, when she won her bronze medal off on the balance beam, she was back in the States already. She was gone. Like the
Mm.
whole team was gone. Like they didn't play. And even with the Paralympics, they're doing the same thing. So it was, and there was only a couple of places where you could go. Um, you know what I'm saying? Like they even watered off parking lots. Like you could only park in certain places. Like even hotels, they would shut down hotels and just pay them. Like you talk about 5-star hotels that was shut down just so you couldn't even get a room, even if you wanted to try to sneak and try to get in a little bit.
So I'm assuming the economy took quite a bit of a hit then, right? Because you know normally the Olympics comes into town, man. That's a lot of money coming into to whatever place that is. So you know, I guess there had to be the hell is going on. Hold on a second, y'all.
Oh, you good? No problem.
Hold on a second. Something's going on here. God damn it. Hold on, y'all. Well, go ahead. Keep talking, man. I got to check my shit. Something's
um,
going on with my wires.
yeah, yeah.
Mm.
So a couple of things happened, but the economy really didn't take any much of it. It actually it did boom a lot because the Japanese people that couldn't go to the actual Olympic competition and spend their money there, they were spending their money locally. They were, you know, I mean, they couldn't, restaurants in Tokyo couldn't serve alcohol, but that doesn't mean you couldn't go buy it. So people were just going, they were just doing their own Olympic parties at their house. And it's like summer vacation anyway. So they was just, you know, buying food and stuff and everything and buying, you know what I'm saying, merch and just putting it in their house. So the economy boomed. It just didn't do as much as it would have if you would have let people in the stadium watch it and stuff. But the advertisers, they you know, everybody was home watching it. So if everybody's home watching it and tuning in and there's really no other programming on to watch, you got the whole country and the whole world watching it. So it boomed. It just didn't do the numbers that it was supposed to, if you would have let it out. But if you use the Rona matrix, yeah, it did well. It did really well. Let's see. What's up, Clarence? What's going on? PPO on 3, bro. You know what I'm saying? Joe W. Shout out to everybody. Callie Jane, Classic Ruby, Shaw Willie. Hold on. Let me make sure I say hi to everybody. Let's see. Sir, what's going on? Don Teasy, my chat twerk partner in crime. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in the chat.
I don't know
Just
what
ask
the
Shaw
hell.
producer and Kylie.
I
Hey,
don't
what's
know.
going on, sis? How you? Oh, you
I don't
back,
know
brother?
what's going on, y'all. Yeah, I'm back,
Uh,
man. I'm having some technical difficulties over here, man.
oh,
Goddamn, shit's fucking up. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
no,
Go
you
ahead.
good.
Shit's
You good.
fucking up. My damn camera cutting off. My
Oh
damn
yeah.
my damn my station is saying, because I got a big workstation computer, and it's saying that my
Mhm.
battery is low, but it's plugged up. So it shouldn't be saying that. And it's flashing. And I don't even know why it's doing it. So
Oh,
I don't know what the
what,
hell is going on right now.
what's going
I'm
on? What's
I'm
going
just
on, Tyrone? What's going
so
on,
I'm just
fam? How you been?
fiddling with it while we're talking. I'll be fiddling with this motherfucker. But
Yeah.
yeah, cause over there was a lot of controversy over there,
Yeah.
with a lot of these athletes, mainly the female athletes.
Hmm.
So I mean, what was the general consensus over there about what was going on, with the Simone Biles and all the other female athletes over there? Was there a thought over there like, there go these crying ass Americans again? Was that the sentiment over there?
You know what? Because I'm watching the Japanese thing, and you know what they did? They said, it's a shame that she can't participate. You know what I'm saying? And see, the thing that they do that I notice in Japan when they do news about other countries, they're very it's like old school, right? You know how we used to watch Dateline with Dan Rathers,
Hmm.
where it's just straight. It's like they're just giving you the news. It's not opinionated. It's not swayed either way. It's very stoic. And they basically said Simone Pla says she can't compete because she's having a vertigo or twisty episode. And they went into breaking it down, talking about, well, she couldn't get an ADHD medicine because because we have a law in Japan where she couldn't get that, and we would and this and that, and they brought a doctor on explaining how this happens, what happens, and it's very dangerous that if she would have jumped on that beam, and they left it at that, and they moved
Mm,
on. Like like even with the Naomi Osaka thing, right? They talked about it. They said this is what she said, and moved on. Like it's like, but you know what they do chalk it up to? That's just. I'm like, for them, publicly crying and whining about something is looked down upon anyway. So they just like, yeah, whatever. Like that's what the way they said is that's what Westerners do anyway. and they
mm,
and they kept it moving. Like and they went and they started looking at and they talked about their athletes. Like the difference is that when like with their athletes, when they athletes don't do well, like it's a national pride thing with them. So on the
mm,
international stage, their athletes will cry because people are like, why they crying and stuff? Because it's that I got the country on my back, like because they're in a homogeneous country, so they see themselves as Japanese. It's the country before, or like it's China before, it's Thai before, it's this country, because everybody that's walking around doesn't see themselves as a subculture of an amalgamation of this.
okay.
You know, like I think what in America is like what 59 white people, 16, like, I forgot how many, like 16, 18%, let's just say 18% black people, then you got everybody else, right?
Hmm.
And then in those white people, then you would have a subculture of first generation German or whatever, right? In Japan, 97% are Japanese.
Wow.
97.
Wow.
So that means 3% of the people that are in Japan aren't Japanese. And if you take a percentage of that, 65% of those people come from Asia.
Okay.
Then you take 20% of those people and they come from Europe. They come from European countries. And then you take the other 20%, they come from the continent of Africa or Caribbean countries. And then a 0.5% come from America.
Mm.
And then you split that hair, and then you're talking about only 10% of those of that 0.5% are actually Black Americans.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah. So, because over there, um, one could assume that. Well, let me ask you this:
Mhm.
there's probably not a lot of American influence, because I talked to my man Jay Shine, and
Yeah.
Jay Shine's in Germany
Yeah. We
right
ain't talking.
now.
Yeah. He's in Germany. Yeah.
Yeah. And he talks about, the little bit of quote unquote American influences that are
Mhm.
there. There's not a lot of American influences in Japan, is it?
Oh, it's a lot.
It
It's a
is?
lot. Put it to you like this: where I lived at, there was two McDonald's, there was two Starbucks, there was a Gap, Forever 21, um, there was a Burger King, there was a Carl's Jr. or Hardee's or whatever you want to call it. There's a Taco Bell. Um, there's KFCs all over the place. Yeah, it's Americanized. Like it's when I first came to Japan, I was expecting either robots or some ninjas jumping around.
It's
I'm
the
just being honest
robots.
with you. Yeah, robots or something. You know what I mean? We only know about Japan coming out of, from television.
Yeah, yeah.
And and when I got to Tokyo, it looked like Times Square. Like,
Mm,
you know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of influences everywhere, especially when it comes to music and culture. It's graffiti on the walls. They got their own movement that, what I mean, the Harajuku movement is, what I mean, or you see it generationally. Even, they got these guys called the Bozazukas or whatever they call, right? And that's back from the 50s where they used to have the hot rods and stuff like that, like their rock bands, like even the J-pop is from pop music or whatever, even the K-pop, they have a lot of American influences. Like a lot of the K-pop artists that you're listening to that actually sound real good right now. Well, you got guys like Neo that come over here and go write for them. So that's why they sound like they black, because he's writing their songs for them and stuff like that. So they have a lot of American influence, especially after World War II. Like pretty
mm,
much their country's pretty much kind of orchestrated or put together more like a westernized country, but it's more British how they run their thing, how they run things with their taxing and their taxes and things like that with their governorship. So it's more they have American tinges, but it's more British oriented.
mm. So, like brother D Mistro says, do they like hip hop and rock
Hmm.
and roll and music? Got hip? Do they have hip hop artists over there, man? Are there
They got
Japanese hip
Japanese
hop
trap
artists?
artists. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
get out!
Japanese trap music. Yeah, Japanese trap music. Yeah.
Wow.
So when I was like when I first came over, when I first came over, when I was in Yokohama and I went to a Japanese hip hop event, right? My homeboy took me. He could speak Japanese fluently. He was a ex Marine. So we go up there and it was like, why everybody here dressed like Vatos and Crips and Bloods and stuff? Like I'm like, they had the low riders and everything with the hydraulic switches on it. They had the Lincolns, the drop top Cadillac Lincolns, 65s, all that stuff. right?
Mm.
And they was all in there. They had the braids, they had the one button, all that stuff with the shades on. You just, with the tattoos, all of that. Then I go down to Tokyo, and everybody is wearing Timberlands and baggy jeans and you know what I'm saying, and it looked like they came out of a hip hop magazine, and all the guys that were rapping sound like they was from New York. So the Tokyo scene was like New York, and then where I was at was like the West Coast.
Mm.
It was, and now it's, but hip hop artists come over a lot. So it's, when you don't see them performing it in the States, um, you see a lot of stuff. Like, and then reggae took over. Like it was
Okay.
like, what I'm saying, you had Major Big Fest, Ruby's in the chat. Yeah, she was tripping, that brother X, when I sent her a picture of me out on the beach, um, eating aki and saltfish and
Yeah,
jerk chicken.
she's
Yeah,
saying that talking about the jerk chicken, aki, and
yeah,
saltfish.
yeah.
Um,
Cause yeah. So
well,
it's
what I think people often get confused. They think because you're over there, you're living under this, this communist regime, and you can't do nothing, and you can't go out your house. You can only leave to go to work, and also kind of foolishness. I mean, that's what I've heard people talk about when they talk about, Japan or China.
yeah.
And I listen, I've heard you, speak of it before, and I'm like, I don't think it's like that for real. I just
Nah,
not from
it's
what I've heard. Like,
China.
no.
China to a certain degree, yeah. But that's to their own people.
Mm,
Like, you can't get people to come to your country if you heavy handing the people that you're trying to get into your country. You gotta
yeah.
incentivize them to be over, right? So Japan, no. Japan is like if you want to get into something, you literally have to get into something. Like you gotta go, like, mentally, to go do something, to get
Mm,
into something, and you still have a 50 to 60% chance of not getting into nothing, because even the gangsters don't want to deal with you like that, because they don't want the headache of the problem, like,
mm,
what I mean, with the police and stuff like that. Like, eh, people don't, like, China's like that with that stuff, but Japan isn't like that. Korea isn't like that, and other countries isn't like that. And the thing is that you you know the things that are put out in the media, like, it's just about, like just like black people, right? They think all black people can rap, or they some artist or some rapper when I first got over here, because
yeah.
you may look like somebody and something like that, right? They may think you whatever, and
Did they,
that's not the
did they
case.
think did they think you were Buju Banton when you came over there, brother
Well,
DeAndre?
I didn't have all this, so I had that military cut.
Oh,
But they
okay.
thought, they thought I was some rapper dude or whatever. And yeah, I used that. I got some free drinks and some chicks. And all right, cool. I use it. You know what I'm saying? Since hey, you assume, so I'm gonna be that person. If they gonna
Yeah,
give me some
yeah,
free stuff,
yeah,
you know how he is with free stuff. So,
yeah.
but you know how he is with free stuff. Uh, but to be honest with you, you have to visit places, like, what I mean, like, I've been to China. Like there's a difference between Macau, Hong Kong, and mainland China. Total difference. It's a total difference. It's a total difference. Hong Kong is like the biggest Chinatown you ever seen in your life,
Mm,
right? And then Macau was like Vegas but Far East.
okay.
And then you go then you go to mainland China, where you see a little boy walking down the street taking a shit on the
Mm,
sidewalk to keep it moving, like
okay.
with his mom. Like, you see crazy stuff like that,
Okay.
right? And then you're like, whoa, whatever. But then you go to Beijing, where you're not in like one of those smaller cities, where you can feel the tension because it's the capital. Just like if you go
Okay.
to DC. I mean,
Yeah.
you've been to DC, so it's like, oh, whoa, what I mean, where you're at. So I think people, I think the problem is that I'm all for black people traveling, but it's traveling with the responsibility of, one, taking a vacation from white folk in America. That's one. That's one. You need to. I think every black person should get a passport, save their money up for a vacation, and travel. travel outside the country. You know what I mean? You can go wherever. I'm like, everybody want to go down to Jamaica, Caribbean, all that stuff. But you're not seeing the country because you're staying on the reservation. You're not leaving the resort area. Because if you
Yeah.
actually know what Jamaica really looks like outside of the resort area, you ain't trying to be there. Because you didn't go on vacation to go to somebody else's hood where you could have just walked down the block.
Yeah.
Right. So
True.
go somewhere like go over to Asia, go to Europe, go to the continent. Like, Africa is very beautiful. There's all these countries on the continent of Africa. Africa is not a country, it's a continent. Pick one and go. Make sure you do your research though, see what the terrorism thing's going.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
go, have a good time. You might like it, you might enjoy it. Go to Europe, go down to South America, but go under the condition of you're trying to see something different, enjoy yourself, and not worry about the tinge of I'm black shit.
Yeah.
Like, know what it feels like for once to walk past the police and don't get that motherfucking,
Yeah.
don't do that. Like that feels great. And for somebody that lives in another country, I have no problem walking up to police asking for directions or whatever. Now, if you was to ask me what I do in the States, yeah, I do it in the States. I do it. You know what I'm saying? Now, I can tell the energy now. I can feel the energy differently. But when I was there, I really, you know what I mean? Everybody's got it. So and then here's another thing. You get to sit back and watch white people from other countries get treated like black people.
Mm,
Very, very wonderful social experiment.
okay.
Very wonderful.
Okay. That's probably nice to see.
Yeah.
That's
It is.
probably nice to see
I see it a
uh
lot.
white white people get treated like black people in America, you know.
Yeah.
Um it's crazy because I know a lot of black folks, in America don't travel, they don't go anywhere. Most of us, the bulk of us, from what I understand, to the tune of 60, 70% of us never even leave a freaking 50 square mile radius of where we were born, which is a crying damn shame that that's the
Yeah.
case. People would probably have a different outlook, if they traveled more, even if they didn't go out of the country, go somewhere besides that 50 square mile freaking bubble. Is that hold up.
Mhm.
Is that the one and only Cerulean Gray in the
Yep.
house? Brother
Yep.
Cerulean, what's good with it, man? Been a while, brother. Been a while, brother Cerulean. Been a while, man. I was actually talking about brother Cerulean the other day. I was like, damn, you know who I haven't seen in a while? Cerulean Gray, man. I talked you up, brother, man. Peace to you, brother. It's been a minute, man. It's been a minute. Um, so as far as the states go, right?
Mhm.
Um, I know the last time we talked, you said you do get back to the States, once in every blue moon. So have you
Mhm.
been back to the States since we talked last?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. Ain't in no hurry to get back here, huh?
Hell no. Hell to the
I
no.
don't
Like,
I
hell to
don't
the no.
blame you. You ain't missing shit.
Yeah, hell to the no. Like, and to be like perfectly honest, like, you know, I told my kinfolk, like I said, look, man, if y'all want to look, I said if y'all want to see me on the regular, y'all gonna have to hop on that plane.
Yeah, yeah,
Because I'm like or we gonna have to meet somewhere neutral. like
yeah,
y'all
yeah.
meet you halfway. But it's not really that. Is that the last time I went back, I think the last time when I went back when I told you, um, I saw the changes, and it was like I think it was when Trump was running for president.
Mm,
Trump was running for president, and I knew he was going to win from what I saw.
okay.
Um, and what I saw was when I saw a white man coming up to my window begging for change,
Mm,
and I was like, and I'm from Baltimore, you don't see that.
okay.
And I knew he was homeless, and I was like, yeah, Trump gonna win. It's a wrap, right? You know what I mean? Because I saw that. Like I could feel it. And, I could feel like black people. We doing bad, but we're used to working with nothing. They can't handle that because
Yeah.
every time they can't handle it, they show you what they do. And January 6th is what they do. like the country was built on that. Like you know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying. So to me, but I never do this. I know that I'm American.
Okay.
So if stuff hit the fan and they start glowing like glow sticks, I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
I got to roll. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're gonna take care of them, but they ain't gonna take care of me. I'm an immigrant. So where am I from? Where am I at? And I have to just pack it up and go to America, or go to England where I got houses already
So
paid for.
so you will never be a citizen there, right? You will never be considered
No,
a citizen,
no.
no matter what you do.
Well,
Okay.
you can. There's a way of doing it. It's just like in the States. It's just like any other country, right? You can naturalize, be a citizen, but then I would have to. They don't have dual citizenship, so
Okay.
I can't. I would have to get rid of my American passport. Then I would have to take a Japanese name.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? And then I would have to be able to do certain other things, and that's it. Then now I'm Japanese, but I don't look Japanese. Remember, it's like
okay.
95,
Yeah.
98,
Yeah.
7%. They go off of looks because they all look like each other.
Yeah.
If you can't tell the difference. So there was a black couple that did that. They got married, they got kids, they got black kids, couple, and they came to Japan and they naturalized. They basically became Japanese citizens. They're Japanese. They have Japanese passports.
Wow. And they had
They
to change
daughters
the
and
na-
everything.
had to change
Yeah.
their names to
Mhm.
Japanese names and the whole nine.
Whole
Wow.
nine. Get the family tree, everything, all this other stuff, and of course, there was some cost involved with that. And
Oh
it
yeah.
took like it took like 4 years for them to do it. It's not like they just came in like we're gonna be Japanese. Nah, they had to pay taxes, do all this other stuff, and then they can do it and whatever. Me personally, for good, bad, or ugly, I'm American. I'm
Okay.
black. I'm American. I got family there. I'm gonna keep that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's my lineage. I mean, for good, bad, or ugly, my ancestors helped built my ancestors built the damn country. So I'm just as American as a white person walking around. So
Okay.
why would I want to give that up per se to take on someone else's culture? Because I'm literally wiping away, to me, the 400 years of excellence that our people done had. Like I don't that. And the crazy part about it is every time when I first came to Japan, every brother, from the west coast to east coast of Africa that looked like us, always claimed that they was us.
Mm, yeah.
It's just been recently in the last 4 to 5 years that they start actually having pride and claiming that they're from the country they're from on the continent. I would hear them like, "Hey man, where you from? I'm from America. What part of America? New York. What part of New York? Uptown. Nigga, Bronx, Brooklyn, where you from?" Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how they would do it. You know what I mean? And they would claim that because we would get the most play. And if you listen to brothers talk, that's from the continent, from those countries, they would tell you that because y'all get the most play because everybody knows you. But it's like we're rare. It's like seeing a unicorn walking around when you see a black person that's a black American from America. Like it, they don't travel like that. We don't. We don't travel outside the country, and we don't stay for long. Now there's a newer generation that's coming, and they're not using the military to do it. They're actually this newer generation that's coming. None of them been in the military. They're college graduates, and they always wanted to come to Japan. They like the culture and whatever. And they what they do is they get a job. Oh, here's another thing. You can't stay in Japan if you're American past 90 days without three things: a job, being married, or having a kid.
Mm,
I'm like, you
okay.
don't have that luxury. That's why people from other countries or black people from other countries, they can do it because their countries like Canada or the UK or Europe or parts of the continent of Africa and South America or the Caribbean, they can get what they call a holiday visa for 6 months to a year, and they can come over and then they can work. They can just get a job, work, see how they like it. And this is how people do it. They live in a share house because they want to see how Japan is first, and then they can do that. You know
well, we are in an hour in, and usually when I bring a guest on, I allow people to come and ask questions. You willing to take a few questions, or
yeah, sure.
no?
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
No problem.
So what we're gonna do, y'all? We're gonna take a short commercial break. We up here with my man DeAndre, the one and only. When I come back, I'm gonna put the email on the big board. So if y'all want to come through and ask some questions, y'all will know what to do. We will see you good folks on the other side of these here commercials. All right. All right.
Open your mind. Hey guys, T.P.O.T. on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. But you knew that already. Peace, folks. This is Teacher Tanisha. You're listening to the T.P.O.T. Media YouTube page. You know, now back to the show. You know.
Yeah, we are back, good folks. And I'm up here with my man DeAndre. Y'all know what to do. If you want to ask some questions, the email is on the screen. It's properthought@yahoo.com. That's properthought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. If you wish to come up here, ask some questions, testify, or whatever it is you want to do, just don't come up here and say nothing stupid, because if you do, I'm gonna kick your black ass off. That you know. But so now before you were living closer to like the city now, right? Are you like out? You're out of the city now, or are you still close to the city part?
I was kind of in between when I was down there, but it was the same thing. It was 25 minutes away from Yokohama, 45 minutes away from Tokyo. Now, where I live in Aichi, so I live 25 minutes away from Nagoya and 45 minutes away from Kyoto, about 60 minutes away from Osaka. So if I want to go to Tokyo, I just jump on the bullet train and I'm there in like 45, 60 minutes, something like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, so I'm in the central part. I can hit everything.
So the bullet train, I assume, moves very, very fast.
About 250 miles an hour or something like that. Yeah.
Do you feel it when you on it, or is it just like riding another train? Like, do you feel?
It's when you're on it, it's like being on being on the airplane, cruising at 10,000 feet with no turbulence. You just cruising. Yeah, it's just
Okay.
you mean, you on it, you don't feel anything, unless somebody jump in front of it.
Yeah, because that's like that's like one of those super high speed trains over there in Japan,
yeah,
right? Like that's
yeah,
the super high speed joint.
that's that high speed rail system. So you know what I'm saying? So that's how people usually get around. Like you can take a flight, but the train is like right there. So if I want to get down into Tokyo, do my business, come back, like I can uh jump on the train. Let's see, catch the train, 45 minutes. I'm down into Tokyo doing my business. I can leave like 8 in the morning, jump on the train, do my business the whole day, catch the last train, be back here at like 10. So is the equivalent of where I live at is like I'm in Baltimore and I'm going to New York.
Okay.
Then I get from Baltimore to New York on the train in like 45 minutes. Like
Wow.
that's what you look at.
Wow. That's quick.
Yeah.
It's quick.
Yeah, it's quick. Yeah. I'm like they trying to make it they making a faster one where you're supposed to be able to get from where I'm at down to Tokyo into like 15 to 20 minutes.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's the thing that I don't understand is, and this is a lot of problems where sometimes when you live in a capitalist society, a lot of times is wouldn't people do well with having a high speed rail system on the West Coast, on the East Coast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't, so you wouldn't have to live in New York, but you could work in New York. You can work in Philly. You can, that would actually generate a whole lot of revenue for these rail systems. And the thing is that the rail systems are privately owned. So a
Mm-hmm.
company can privately own these rail systems because they put it in the infrastructure. And they put these stations here. So now the people, now you're going to have around that on that train station, it's like its own mini little city, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you got a lot of union stations. Like you got Union Station in New York, right? So imagine going down the East Coast, you got a lot of these union stations almost where those are jobs, and then people live outside of it, and then there's train lines going outside of those. So you don't have to be crunched up in the city itself. You can be outside of the city, you can make your money, and then your cost of living is balanced where, yeah, you make this money here, but then you can still be like, say, Virginia or something like that, like Prince George's County, Virginia, or Petersburg or something like that. And you're getting salary in New York, and then that builds the infrastructure of that city. So those people down there ain't sucking. But
Mm-hmm.
that's how the capitalism works, is it actually holds you back in a lot of places. It's not really invested in infrastructure, to say the least. And they like to lie and say, well, because of earthquakes. Well, Japan have earthquakes like almost every day. Earthquakes are like gunshots in the hood over here. It's a normal. It's
Wow.
normal. So it's I mean, every system has its pros and its cons. The other thing about living over here is you got to get used to living with less.
Mm.
You got to get used to living with less. Um, and things have to, like, we were trying to um you always wondering, like, how did these people from Asia like got a whole like 3 generations living in like a 3 bedroom apartment? Like, how did they
Yeah.
do that? Right. And it's because they're forced to do it because they have to be very good with their space.
Yeah.
People sleep on the floor. They got the futons, they roll the futons out. Like when I went to visit my mother-in-law, the first time I was like, wait a minute, where the bedrooms at? My wife was like, nah, we're gonna grab these futons and we're gonna roll them out and we're gonna sleep on the floor. And it's like, it's futons, everything's on the floor. And then everybody woke up, they took the futons, rolled them out, put them outside so the sun would beat on them and get all the, the dust particles and all of that stuff. And then that room then turned into the living room all of a sudden. Furniture came out of nowhere, like it was like, some stuff. And then it was time to eat. Then it was tables coming out of nowhere, like but everybody's sitting on the floor, but they got cushions and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So
it's a different mode of living.
Yeah, that's where I used to live at. The guy put that up there on the screen. He used to live in Yokosuka. That's where I used to live at.
Yeah, that's got to be a different mode of living, because the bedroom then turns into the living room, then that turned into the dining room. I mean, and let's be honest, over here in the United States, oh my God, we couldn't dream of doing that here. I mean, we gotta have the big old sectional with the 60-inch TV. We gotta have the dining room table that seats 10 people, even though only 5 people live in the house. That's more of a United States thing.
Yeah.
And I think that would be probably one of the big hurdles that someone living here in the United States. Those are some of the hurdles they would have to hop. If they moved to like somewhere like Japan, they probably wouldn't be able to do that shit. Most people.
But that's normal in Asia. But that's normal in a lot of countries. Like even in Europe. Me and Jay Sean talk about this a lot because before I came to Japan, I was in Europe. So Jay Sean, me and him was talking. He said, "Man, they ain't got closets. I gotta get wardrobes." Because they don't have closets in Europe. There's certain things that they don't have that we just come accustomed to. And then have you brother X, you start seeing this movement with these tiny homes, like people using these containers and
they have them here. They have them here. Quite a few.
And when you look at them, you're like, how could you live in there? But the thing is okay, you only really spend a lot of your time really in one room in the house, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
You're not just sitting in the kitchen all day. So why your kitchen got to be that goddamn big? You ain't preparing a meal for 20, 30 people. You preparing a meal for, and you ain't really cooking because most of the time you're eating already processed food anyway. You're throwing it in the microwave, you're throwing it in the oven and turn it on. Like you got this crazy oven, you got this ridiculous refrigerator, and it's mainly filled, and these cabinets are mainly filled with processed food, right? So if you look at it from that perspective, so let me shrink down your kitchen to just what you need with your refrigerator, your stove, and all of this. You don't need 6 pilots or 6 eyes on a stove. You're not cooking 6 things at once. Why do you need that? Maybe 3 or 4 at the most, right? Why do you need all of that? Why do you need all of these cabinets? Because, and like we can all attest for this, and I'm gonna say from my experience, you probably thrown away more food than you actually ate from because they sitting in the back of the cabinet. It sounded like a good idea at one time.
Yeah.
And it's an over excess. When you're poor, you eat everything in there. Everything gets eaten. Nothing gets wasted, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But even when you look in your refrigerator is big, and then that's an energy consumption. So now let's condense that down. Now, what room in the house are you going to be in the most? Well, make that room bigger. Let's make that room bigger. So when you look at those shipping container houses, they always got the loft. The loft is a small area because you're just laying down. But the place that they're going to be at the most is the one with the most space. And then they open it up and they do these little architectural marvel things, what makes it look bigger than what it is with the high ceilings and all of that other stuff. So if you think of a basic apartment that you would pay $600 to $900 to $1,000 a month to never own, 2 40-foot shipping containers is a square footage of your $600 to $1,000 apartment.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you might as well just get you some land, plop one of them down, pay you about 50 grand, which is the price of what, like a fully loaded Lexus, right?
Yeah.
Low end LS 300 fully loaded Lexus, right? It's usually about 35,000, but we got bad credit anyway. So you throw that high interest rate in, right? You gotta do what you gotta do, and that you about 50,000 in, but you own the land. You own the land, right? And the younger generation, I notice, they're really getting on this thing. Because because guess what? Now when you build up your bread, you got the house. Now you can move that shipping container off. Now you can build whatever the hell you want after that. You can build whatever the hell you want because it's the land that
Yeah.
you move. It's the land
And
that you move.
you're living more efficiently. I mean, I think about that, in the house that we live in, and we got another house in Pennsylvania. And, I mean, I look, we got this damn big ass living room and shit. And since we lived here, I think I've sat in that living room like maybe 4 fucking times. So I
And
mean,
it's all
since we've lived here. All right.
yeah.
My wife, she be in there, stressed out looking at TV and shit. But I think I've sat in that living room maybe 4 or 5 times since we've been here. And we've had this house for fucking 3 years now. And I
Yeah.
think I've sat in the living room like maybe 4 times, man. I spend a
Yeah,
lot of
because
time, like in this little area, you know,
there you go.
outside. I spend more time outside on my deck, all right, than I spend like, in the house. I tell everybody when I'm in the house, if I'm not fucking around with this computer shit, I'm
Yeah.
either eating, sleeping, shitting, or showering. All right. I mean, if I'm not doing one of those 4 things, I'm probably outside. More than likely, I'm outside. So, you got all this extra shit that you don't even use, man. It's crazy. But it's like that because, I guess it's like that when you have a wife and stuff like that. She
Oh
want all
yeah.
this bullshit. If I was by myself, I'd probably live
Oh
in
yeah.
a house half the size that I live
No,
in right now.
look,
I'm pretty
look.
sure. Half the
Me and
size.
my wife was talking, right? Because I kept looking at these little shipping container jumps, right? I was looking at them. I was like, I'm deep into it, right? I like the layout. I like what it is, and um, and she was talking, and she was like, because we're thinking about, because of how everything is getting rid of one of the houses over there in England, and just building one here because my older sons, one's married and stuff, but I got 2 grandkids, so they like, we ain't trying to go to England. We good where we at. You know what I
Mm,
mean? The younger one, he like, whatever, wherever y'all going, we going. Like, I'm going. I was like, well, yeah, you ain't got no choice. You ain't grown yet. But we thinking about like, all right, well, let's build something here for them, and the way they do things. So take the square footage of your house where you're at or in Pennsylvania. That square footage and the land that you got, let's say you got a 2 acres, right? That's 3 houses on one plot of land in Japan. What a big
mm,
ass yard. And the way that
yeah.
they do it is this: the parents or the grandparents, right? The father will take the loan in his name.
Mm,
He'll take the loan in his name. The kids will build the house. So their house will be, just a 1 floor, you know, and then the kids will have 2 floors. Or they'll have their house above theirs, but it's like 2 separate, everything is separate. The utilities, everything is separate, but it's on one plot of land. They'll build up. And then they'll make sure they have enough land to the side that their children, the husband, what I'm saying, their children can build their own, or they'll just move into their place and then they'll move down. So
mm,
now the land stays in generationally. And then what happens is they build that, they'll buy another plot of land somewhere else, build up over there, knock down the house, or they'll rent the house out for like the land out for 10 to 15 years to a real estate development company. And now you got generational wealth going down the line off of one plot of land where everybody just sucked it up and lived in a area or lived in a thing. And then the families together. You don't got to worry about who's going to watch the kids when they get out of school because grandma and grandpa's like right there. My house is grandma and grandpa's downstairs. So they're going to
mm,
watch the kids. Big mama and big pa is going to watch the kids. And then they going to keep themselves together and keep them in line because they ain't got nothing else to do. Plus, the kids learn tradition, they learn respect, they learn all this other stuff. And this is what we used to have as a people, as Black people. Because we've
yeah.
always worked, whether we was forced to or voluntarily, right? But I'm not, we ain't gonna get into those semantics about why that is, and I'm more policy driven than you know individual bullshit. You know what I mean? Because I see it from a geopolitical standard of being in different countries and how that it's the policies itself that drive the behavior of the citizens, you know what I'm saying, of the country. So that's how I look at it, because I see it differently. When you're in the forest, you don't know how many trees are around you. You know it's a lot of goddamn trees. You know what I mean? But when you're outside of it, you can see everything. When you're sitting from the mountaintop, you can see everything and make an account of what the real problem is that's outside of that. So I think we can do a lot of helping ourselves if we learn how to be minimalistic. And it takes something like this worldwide pandemic, because the countries that already live minimalistically, they don't have a lot of strain on their economies. Actually, their economies actually started thriving even more. Where people that live by access and had to learn to live minimalistically, they, you know what I mean? Now, before, man, $1,000 ain't nothing. Now you make $1,000 stretch it. You stretch that thing out, like, you know what I mean? And I just say like this is, if you're over a certain age, cut back shit you don't need, like shit you don't need. Now, women, now, you know, I'm married, you married, like, women, they gonna just put the economy is built for women. Like men are consumers, but we'll hold on to shit until it breaks and we'll try to fix it. Like you gotta pull it out of our hands for, you know, we'll hold on to something, we'll glue it together.
we like, cause we're more into shit. I know me, I'm more into shit that I need than shit that I want. I mean, my wife, there's a bunch of shit in here. I'm looking at a bunch of shit right now that if I was to bag all this shit up, all right, and throw this shit in the fucking garbage can, we wouldn't be no worse off. We just wouldn't. If I just bag shit up, throw it in the garbage, we wouldn't be no worse off. The only one who would think about it would be her.
Yeah.
That's it.
Me and my wife had a big house. We had the kids and we was renting a house. And when we was preparing to go to England, and she was like, all right, I'm gonna send this, and this. I said, look, you got $10,000 for a shipping container? I said, because, you know, that ain't happening. So, you know, she had to start minimalizing stuff. And then, you know, she realized how much stuff she had. We're talking about 3 houses, of moving, and, you know, you got 3 kids and all these memories. I said, look, you can keep the memories, but if it ain't like pictures or like awards or, you know, things that the kids, you know, you got to keep those things. I said, but if it's like some clothes, man, that shit going in the trash. Like it's going in the garbage. You know what I mean?
Shit out.
And like, you know, my wife, you know, she's a bag person, right? This woman had bags that still had tags on them that was still in the you know, that little paper and the thing and all of that. I said, you ain't even used this. You brought this $400 bag. I'm like, that's, you know, it's her money. You know, it ain't mine. You know what I mean? Because when I buy something, I make sure she uses it. I said, look, where that bag at that I brought you? She said, oh, it don't go. Oh, it's gonna go with it today because I paid for it. You know what I mean? Whatever you pay for it, you know, you can leave it in the back of the closet. But I want to see it. I brought it so you can wear it with me. Let's go see it. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's women, man. That's how they do shit.
But what it is that, you know, even still, we have to live minimalistically. And when we live minimalistically, and you ain't got to be over here like walking the house and you ain't got shit. You ain't got nothing on the walls. you just living like a monk or something like that. But within excess of things, like you gotta do a cleanse of the stuff. And do you need this house that's $300,000? And if you lose your job, do you have at least 6 months saved in the bank for the mortgage?
Yeah.
Right. Because do you need this, you know what I mean? Do you need these walls to be this color and this extra stuff? Now, there's certain investments that I would tell you to do, like solar panels, certain things like that, that's going to actually save you on your electricity bills and things of that nature, or spending the extra money for appliances that are energy saving because it helps you in the long run. But, you know, that's the one thing that it had to teach me. Living in Asia, it had to teach me. I had to teach myself because, you know, growing up without nothing, you're like, hold on, I work to have stuff.
Yeah,
I work to have stuff. Like I didn't work to not have anything. And a lot of times, and even if you do have it, like you said, how many times you actually spent in there, and the times that you was probably in there is probably to be around people you really didn't like. I know
Yeah,
you don't like me, you don't like I don't like you, but
yeah,
I'm
you just
flexible.
kind. Yeah, you just kind of in there because you got some folks over, that you probably didn't want to come over, but you're there, so you have to entertain these freaking Negroes now.
I know,
That's
right?
the only time you really use the room, man. Like, like I said, I don't spend a lot of time, inside my house anyway. First and foremost, I work all the goddamn time. So, and when I'm not working, I don't like spending my time, in the house. I'm in the house at night, around this time, I'm in the house at night. During the day, man, I ain't in this damn house. I got too much other shit I gotta do. Even if it ain't nothing but sit on my damn deck, smoke a cigar, and drink a Heineken. God damn it, I don't want to do it in here. So I don't need all this extra stuff. I mean, now I got 3 boys here now. Because I got my 2 nephews here, and my grandson is here. So having the house is good now. In fact, we might have to get a bigger house because they're living with us now. So there is that, but far as me, I don't need a lot of space. I just need enough space to do the shit I want to do. That's it. That's all I need. If it's enough space for me to do the shit I want to do and it's not too cramped, I'm fine with it. I mean, my wife, she wanted big old this and big old that and a big old kitchen and also kind of bullshit and 3 fucking entries into the fucking house and also kind of foolishness.
Then you got.
I don't need none of that shit. I don't even need a back door. 1 door's fine. Yeah, 1 door's fine. We don't need 2. We don't need a back door, front door, and 2 side doors. We don't need all that shit, man.
Well, then then you need extra
crazy.
Security. Yeah, but then you need extra security, right?
Why you think I got fucking cameras and shit all around the house and shit? I got a fucking dog outside that's the size of a fucking grizzly bear. Cause see, I can't even secure all this shit by myself. I gotta have this big ass motherfucking dog back here, so he can roam the premises and shit and deter the meth heads and shit. So, yeah, man, you need all that shit when you got extra people. You got all these extra folks. They need space. They all need their own room. All this kind of foolishness. Yeah, big old kitchen. She want all this space in the kitchen, and she need a washroom and also kind of foolishness. When you go to the house, you got to. Huh? Yeah.
You got the double sinks in the. You got the sink. Like
my wife has a washroom, like I'm talking like a washroom where the washing dryer and fucking it's a goddamn ironing board in there, sink, fucking cabinets and shit. I'm like, shit. You take the motherfucking washing machine and the dryer, you put that shit in the motherfucking kitchen, goddamn it, and you fold the clothes and all that shit right there. You don't need no separate room for all that shit.
I told my wife this, right? And to the brothers out there, I hear brothers like talking about stuff and like marriage isn't bad, but this is like as when you become a husband, you become very minimalistic just off of principle because the second that you say I do, they don't tell you this, and this is the thing that's in the marriage decree that you don't know. 75% of all closet space goes to the woman.
Hell yeah.
Minimum.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Man. All the fucking closet space, right? Because we have 2 good-sized closets in this room, right? 2 good-sized closets. 1 closet, just all her shit, right? My closet is small as hell, all right? It's I got the small closet, right? All my shit fit in there. And we also got these 2 big-ass fucking, like, bureau things in the room. All her shit is in there. Like, I'm like, damn, can I use one of the bureaus for my shit? Oh, it ain't enough room. So I gotta all my shit, I gotta pile in this one little ass. My closet about this fucking big. All right. That's the size of my closet, y'all. God damn it. You can step in that motherfucker, step out of it at the same goddamn time. Now, she got the motherfucker where you walk in and you can turn around and shit up here.
Oh, yeah, you got a walk-in closet.
There's all this bullshit in there. All right. Even one of the AC vents is in there. That's how big it is. There's one of our, like the vent from your central air. She's got one in there. See, my closet is so motherfucking small. That motherfucker don't need no goddamn vent. It's so little. You can feel whatever AC need to be felt. It's just like part of the fucking room. You wouldn't even know if it was a closet if it didn't have a door on it. You wouldn't even know it was a closet.
I think it was. I think being in the Navy, because you got to fit your whole life in that little that rack, right? So you So I guess I kind of got used to it, but when you live in when what I mean, like, and then marriage is a good thing. I mean, it's not for everybody, and I know there's brothers that are like, nah. I'm like, it depends on who you pick. At the end of the day, you got to pick the right person. You know what I mean? You can't. You know what I mean? You got to pick the right person and for yourself. Like, me, I'm a jerk. My wife even told me she's probably the only woman in the world that can marry me, and I say, yeah, I agree with you.
Oh yeah,
because I'm a jerk. I'm
me
a jerk.
too. Me too. I'm a jerk like a motherfucker, boy. You have to be. That's your only solace most of the goddamn time. Most of the time.
I try to tone it back. I try to turn it back a little bit, but it's but even here's another thing, and I'm gonna tell the men this, right? Because I'm a man, so I'm not gonna speak on with women. I think your mic went out, Brother X.
No, I was talking to the folks. Talk to the folks in the crib.
So what I was talking, what I'm gonna say this, man. Going to the gym is good. Lifting weights is great, but you need to be functional. And what I mean is functional is if you're working, you're doing whatever you're doing, you need to do things that actually make you functional in life. And what I mean is picking up 300, 400 pounds. You're not going to do that. I'm like, at the very minimum, when you get to a certain age, you need to be able to move your own body weight. You need to be able to move it. You need to go walk. Like literally, don't walk. Like if people ask me, man, you don't look your age. Like, what's your secret? My secret is I walks places. You know what I'm saying? I got a bike. I get on the bike and I go places. Like and my diet, I eat.
Oh yeah, that's very important. That's very important.
You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? I eat correctly. And I do it like a lot. There's some days where I may eat twice a day. Like I don't just eat, you know what I mean? And then if I snack, it's always something like nuts or something like that. Like he said, like with this comment here, when I came back to the US, I couldn't barely eat anything from the States until the second day. When I went back to Baltimore, me and my wife ate, and we went to go eat some breakfast. And we went and we walked, and my cousin was like, "Hey man, I get the car." And I say, "Dude, how far is it?" We looked at the phone, like, "Man, this ain't that far. It's on the other side of the harbor." He said, "Man, you gonna walk all the way over there?" No, my cousin was way younger than me. I said, "No, bro, let's walk." And we walked, and we ate, and we walked back. And when we got back to the hotel room, we was sitting there talking, and me and her went to sleep. And then we woke up like 8 o'clock at night, and I was like, I was actually eating this shit. Like I ate breakfast and I didn't wake up until 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night. Why? Like, why is everything so grandiose? Why is all this shit is big? Like, why? Like, like I remember I could sit down and eat a whole Philly cheesesteak by myself. And then when I got back, I can only eat half of it. Right. And, and I split that half with my wife. Like I split half of it with my wife. Like, it's like your diet, what you eat, your health, you know what I mean? Like your health, minimally, whatever, taking care of yourself. And you ain't got to work out like a madman. You just got to work out because this keeps your health up because you want to live long. See, I'm petty. I want to live as long as possible. You know what I'm saying? Like because to the way I look at it, from where I came from, how I grew up, where I'm at now, when I hit 35, I'm like, man, this is extra credit. Like everything after this is extra credit. Like I got my kids. They, you know what I'm saying? Like all of them grown except for one, and you know they out my house. Like I don't. And here's another thing, X. I'm gonna tell y'all, I don't consign with keeping grown folk in my house.
Hell no.
Especially no men. No.
Nope.
No.
Hell no.
I don't believe in ain't shitness, especially for men. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can talk about a problem, like, and this is why I say a lot of things. I don't do a lot of like bully pulpit preaching and all this other stuff. Because I hear a lot of things, because I know you asked me, brother, like, you know, to be up here, and there's probably a underlying reason, and if I start speaking on it, correct me if I'm wrong. I keep hearing these things about traveling to other countries, messing with these women, and all this other crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? From a guy that's been six different continents, then been to South America, Caribbean, Europe, Asia, all the places that you want to go or say you've been. If you are not cool with the men, if you don't get the respect of the men that are in that country, that bred those women that you hold in high esteem above the women that you have in your country, you're only getting whores.
Yeah, probably.
And your social economics are getting you the bottom barrel of those whores. Because that fat white guy that looked like he 8 months pregnant, that's an ex-banker from some other foreign country, he's getting the top of the line ones. And so you go to these places to get into the culture. You get cool with the men, because what's the point of getting a woman from there when you're going to treat her with the same mindset as the women that you can't even submit to you in your country? The reason why those women act like that there is because of how the men operate and move in that country.
Okay.
And even if you do give her the money, and even if you do that, she's still turning it over and giving it to Poppy. So who's the trick?
Yeah, well, see, I've never had a problem with brothers doing that, you know, because see me, I'm not concerned with grown folks. I know I know we get up here on the internet, and you know, you hear all this crap about, you know, we doing this, we doing that, we know we're teaching, we're philosophizing, we're doing all this kind of bullshit. But the fact of the matter is this: grown ass goddamn people are just that, grown ass people. You're not going to change their mind. You might can give them some advice. They're going to have to change their own goddamn mind. I'm more interested in younger folks. You know, I guess that's why I got, you know, 3 young boys living in my house with me now. I would never move their 30, 35-year-old fucking fathers in here talking about I need to steer them and mentor them. Okay. And I think that's what the problem is often. We spend a lot of time trying to rear, raise, and mentor grown ass motherfuckers. All right. Because a lot of times when we get up here and you listen to some of these people talk, they never fucking mention children. They talk about every fucking body else. They talk about these 30-year-old motherfuckers, these 40-year-old motherfuckers. Like, you can't change these people. No, you can't raise these people. These people are already raised. If he's a 35-year-old motherfucker living in grandma's basement, the fucking boiler's firing over next to his bed. Because the fucking boiler's next to his bed. There's nothing you can do for that guy. All right? No matter how many of your YouTube videos he watches, no matter how many times he super chats you, no matter how many times you drop jewels on him, okay? You can't do nothing for this dude. You cannot. You can do something for the kid that is 5, that is 10. All right. Now these motherfuckers that's 30 and 40, and come on, man. And that's what I think goes on here.
Yeah.
Be-
What I think, and you know, Brother X, is what I see is like, and I appreciate what you're doing, is like I don't like to give brothers misinformation. Like I like to give it balance. I tell you what's the good and the bad, and then you make your decisions based off of that. And a lot of, you know, and I'm not talking about those guys, because what I'm starting to see now is a lot of these younger guys are coming in. They're 25, they're 22. They still can make a change in their life. They haven't figured it out yet. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you get about 35, your knees hurt. You can tell when it's going to rain. You're pretty much done. Like you pretty much, like when you hit 35, you're at the peak and you're descending slowly, like into the grave, you know. So if you're about 20, I'm hearing these guys 18, 19, 20, 22, and you can tell how young they are because you can read the comments, or you hear them on these panels, or you start to see these tinges of things. And I'm just trying to tell them, say, listen, man, don't take the experience of another person that had a bad experience, right? And didn't find a adequate solution that actually works. Because if they're sitting up here telling you something, and if they say, yo, I'm done with whatever, and that's their choice, right? Not everybody can live like a monk in a temple. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, tell them the truth. Yo, if you're gonna go here, protect yourself. Go here, do this, do that. I don't hear about the safety aspect of certain things. Like if like even when we was in the military, Brother X, and when we traveled and we pulled in the port, before we pulled in, I was in the Navy, so I'm gonna say port. Before we pulled in, they would give us a brief. Don't go here, don't do this, don't do that. Always go with a buddy. Make sure you got the numbers for contact. When you rent a hotel room, they would say don't stay on the first floor, stay between floors 3 and 9. Right? Know where your emergency exit's at. Matter of fact, make sure your room is at least 2 doors away from the emergency exit. Don't have it like all the way in the middle, just in case something happens or whatever. Don't use your actual real name when you check in at the desk. You know what I mean? Make sure you lock up your valuables. Do X, Y, and Z. Use a 5-star hotel. Like you get this whole list of stuff that you need to abide by. And here's the crazy part: most of the brothers always abide by it. You know who never really abide by those rules and be sitting in medical that long line usually? It's the white boys. They always doing extra shit. And when I would hear these things that they're saying out of their mouth, it's white boy shit to me. It's that naivety of certain things. Of course, you look like a 6-figure dude if you're in a country where their money's worth shit. Of course. But what's going to happen if don't do things that you wouldn't do in your own neighborhood in another country? So you don't think that you moved out of the hood, right? Let's just say that, right? Let's just say you got your grip. You know what I'm saying? Look, if I move back to Baltimore, I ain't living in the hood. I'm not.
Why?
Why? Like, why? Why would I do that? Right? You know what I'm saying? So, you know that flexing around people that have less than you is going to cause problem, right?
Yeah.
So go to a country where in the hood, they got running water. The only time their water ain't running is when they ain't pay their bill. Go to a country where the water ain't running because the water ain't running. Like they don't even got a bill to pay because the infrastructure ain't there, and you're there flexing, right?
Yeah.
And you don't think those men ain't gonna have a problem with you, and especially if you resemble them. If you resemble them, right? There's an added point of, you know what I'm saying, of contention and stuff like that. Go there, be humble, enjoy yourself, do grown folk business. Right. And if you want to have that little powwow about whatever, at least tell the brothers, because I'm tired of seeing these brothers that's on these platforms say this to these brothers, but every time I listen, give it 6 months, brother X, you've seen a lot of these brothers pass away in these countries, right? Inconspicuously pass away, right? And then everybody forget about it. And you don't want to be dead and stinking in another country when you done made it. Just for you to be a black man able to get your passport, that means you ain't got no criminal record, you up to date on your taxes, you ain't got no child support, you ain't got none of that stuff. And to make it out of the fringes of society, what as much stuff we got to deal with, and to be able to get on a plane and go see another culture on your dime and dollar, and then the first thing you're going to do is divulge into the fuckery and debauchery of the shit that's in your backyard. You can save your money and go to Vegas. Go to Vegas. I'm like, it's free. Go to Vegas. Matter of fact, Baltimore, they just decriminalized it. Go up there and do that. Like you know what I'm saying? Is my thing is this: is I want to teach responsibility to the younger group, because I want black people, especially black men, to travel responsibly. Because if you start traveling, then what does that open up? Business opportunities. Would I be able to do the things that I'm doing now in America if I kept on the path? Probably at 50, 60. I'm doing it and I'm just about to turn 40, and I've been doing it for a while. So that means is that I did, and I'm not gonna lie, I was out there, you know what I mean, at 18, 19, ain't never seen nothing. I'm out there hard body with it. But at 24, 25, I'm like, I want this bread. And you know who taught me? Other black men that did they time in the military or came over and was expats and pulled me to the side. Like, man, I see something in you. You need, try this, brother. Here you go. Let me show you how to make this real money. Let me take you somewhere. When one of my OGs took me, brother X, he took me to this event, and everybody in there had money. I'm talking about, we ain't talking about like rich. There's a difference between rich and wealthy. You don't understand what that means until you see it.
Yep.
And when you walk in there, and ain't nobody walking around with a Gucci belt. It's Gucci, but it's just a buckle, and it's very small. Or somebody's got Hermes on, or the chick's walking around in this dress, and you don't know what it is, but it looks good on her, but you don't know what it is, but it's from a boutique. You know what I'm saying? But this is, you can see like everybody's drinking out of wine glasses, but they're made of crystal. Like, you're just in a space. And he said, listen, before we go in here, I can't have you embarrassing me. I'm gonna teach you how to cut and light a cigar properly. I said, I don't smoke cigars. He said, you will today. And he sat me down, he taught me how to do it. He sit here, and we was up there drinking and stuff. He said, you already know when, not to say anything unless you're asked or whatever, right? So he took me, and I was sitting there. This man is making major business moves. We're talking about hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars being exchanged in this room. Is congressmen, is dignitaries, people from the embassy there. Everybody's just powwowing. And he said, business deals are presented in the boardroom, but the business deal is done over drinks. That's the first thing. The second thing is when you go to a business meeting, they're going to tend you with a couple of things. They're going to get you the alcohol, get you the food, let you sit back, and then they're going to bring the women around you. And they're going to be some of the most beautiful women in the world, but you got to keep focused, because they want to see what they can use to turn your screws. And when you get to a certain age, you have to be married. You gotta be married. He said, would you trust a dude that's 32 years of age with a multi-thousand, $1 million contract, and he ain't got a wife and kids? And I said, at that time, I wasn't thinking. He said, I'm gonna tell you why. You wouldn't trust him, because he can run and he can leave. His kids is a security blanket of him staying. His wife is a security blanket of him not moving and running with your stuff. He's more responsible, because if a man can't at least hold a household, how you gonna be able to run a business? Because your household is your business as a man.
It's true. Very true.
And I was like,
very true.
Whoa,
Yeah, well, some of the most successful people that I do business with, that the business that I run, because I run a small business. I've been running it for almost 8 years now. And I mean, practically all the dudes that I do business with, they're married guys. They're married guys, they have children. A lot of them. I know one dude, he's got like 5 kids, just had another one. But but you're right though. I mean, when a man has ties to a particular area, he has to be more responsible because he's responsible for other people. So he's usually more responsible inside of business. We're gonna take another commercial break, folks. Y'all see the email on the screen. If you wish to come up here and opine and ask the brother DeAndre for some, I don't know what you look like on time, brother DeAndre. I don't know. Okay,
it's on you. I cleared my schedule for this.
So if y'all want to come up, ask brother DeAndre some questions, we will be doing that on the other side of the break. Y'all know the email already. I don't have to tell it to you, but I will anyway. It's prophetofthought@yahoo.com. That's prophetofthought, one word, no caps, @yahoo.com. And you need to hit that goddamn like button, you Negroes, because if you don't, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams. Don't make me do it, Negroes. But we'll be back on the other side of the break, folks.
Peace, folks. Open your mind. Wednesday, we throw down in the digital square circle on Hours of Power debates. Thursday, we get at it with DXL, Dark Exodus Live. So come through, 9:30 p.m., right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You know.
And now some comic relief. Shout out to my man, brother D. Durrell.
Say what?
You need to get some goddamn bunk beds right now. I said kiss my ass like right now. Talk about black women all day and all night. Debating on the topics like you're lost and you don't know what else to say. You never need to just go on and on about the girls that they claim to be with. Can't say the same about the black woman that they don't want. They know they full of shit. They say they want to leave. Saying black man take me. I'm like, nigga, you can go. I'm like, nigga, you can leave.
Y'all feeling it? Let me know.
Shout out to
Peace, folks. This is Teacher Tanisha. You're listening to the T.P.O.T Media YouTube page. Now back to the show. You know.
Yeah, we are back. Yeah. I'm up here with my man DeAndre. I had to hit y'all in the head with a little bit of that. I got them plane tickets.
I got them plane tickets. Yeah.
Shout out to
Oh,
brother T. Terrell, man.
got no plane ticket.
Oh
But,
shit.
oh man.
That shit is
Oh man.
hilarious.
Hilarious. Yeah, it is hilarious. Like, yeah, bro. Your brother X, what camera you using?
I have two. This one is a UFX 12. Then I have
Right.
another one that ain't hooked up right now. It's supposed to be 4K, but the motherfucker be fucking up. I think I gotta send it back. Yeah, I gotta send that motherfucker back. Cause the reason why I bought all these cameras, because I buy a new computer like every other year.
Right.
And I figured I would buy some more cameras. Because with your computer, it comes with a camera. But the camera that's on here is shit. All right. See, watch. I'm gonna switch it. I'm gonna show you how much shit it is. Watch this shit. Watch how the picture changes when I switch to the camera. See that?
Oh yeah, that's horrible.
Do you see that?
Yeah,
that's how fucked up it is. But when I switch to my UVC, my HD, my high def joint,
yeah,
you get that.
Well,
so
I'm gonna tell you a little trick, right? Here's a trick. Right now, the quality of my camera, the quality that you're actually seeing is actually only 720. Right. So you're doing high def, so you're at 1080p right now, right? So the reason why my camera looks crispier than yours is, one, I'm using a mirrorless camera.
Okay.
Two, I'm not using like a webcam. So two, I'm actually using it's the lens. The quality is always in the lens. So when you look at certain people's like YouTuber stuff, it looks different and it looks better. It's because it's actually the lens. So the trick is you get you one of those those HDMI things, because the camera can be 4K, but if the capture card in the computer can't pull in the 4K and transcode that, it means absolutely nothing. But even if you shoot in 4K, you're only going to put it up even on StreamYards at the highest is 1080, maybe 2K, right? So it's going, and then YouTube's going to compress that some more. So having it at 4K is good, right? That means you can like crop in and do all that other crazy stuff. But if you was to get another camera or something like that, my only suggestion is, because I'm really into the camera stuff, I do film work and all this other crazy stuff, is get you like a mirrorless camera. You know what I mean? You can get you like a Canon. Canons work very well out the box. The colors, everything is nice. I'm a Sony person myself, but get you one of those, use the kit lens with the autofocus on it, and you good. Like you'll see the difference. You'll see the difference overnight. Like it'll be like better. Anything else, you would probably need one of them Logitechs, and even if you got one of them Logitechs, or whatever, you would actually have to lay filters over it. So you would actually have to run OBS and some other things with some filters over it to look at it. That's why everybody, when they're using like StreamYards and all that stuff, they just go with a DSLR. Or if you got you one of them old Canon T6Is or something, the Rebel series or whatever, use that. And that cam link is about like I think $200 because of COVID happened, so the prices jumped. You can get you one of them Chinese knockoff joints for like $20, and it's going to do the same shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So,
I got a couple of these cameras because I'm going to be doing some some Zoom presentations for my man Q-Butter. Because I was out there a few weeks ago, and I did a presentation at the institute, at Zyx Institute, for the youngins, about mechanical engineering. And me and him were talking about it, and I'm going to be doing some stuff from here. Because see, I'm in North Carolina, he's in New York, so I can't go to New York every week and do it. So I'm going to be doing we're going to set something up. So I bought multiple cameras. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put them in my shop, and I'm gonna be doing some demonstrations with some internal combustion engines, some electromagnetic theory that work in conjunction with mechanics. Sort of like I did a few weeks ago because I was actually at the institute in New York a few weeks ago. I was actually there, but like I said, I can't be there every week. So we're gonna be doing some Zoom shit. So that's why I bought the cameras. But the other cameras are shit. So I'm gonna I'm gonna do some other
So
I'm gonna do some other shit. So
like a good camera, some lighting. You know what I mean? I'm like you in the shop, so that don't really matter too much because you got the lights on because you gotta have the shop lit. But yeah, just get you one of them DSLRs in the switch box real quick.
Yeah, like right now, like the lighting in here is bullshit because it's like because our house is set up a certain way, right? And me and my wife, when it comes to the bedroom, one half of the motherfucker's mine, the other half is hers, and the bed runs down the middle, right? Yeah, the bed runs down the middle. So I'm right now. This is my side. You know what I'm saying? This is my side. So I got my little makeshift studio with my desk. I got I got all my other microphones and all this other bullshit. My mix boards and because I run 3 screens. I got 3 screens running. And I have my digital library is down here. My workstation is here. My main computer. All right. And it's got a 32 fucking gig fucking graphics card in it. So it's ready to rock and roll. I just gotta get better shit. I got enough microphones. I got like 6 different microphones. I got plenty of fucking microphone shit. So I just gotta, just kind of work. I just don't have time, brother DeAndre. God damn. Especially now, this time of year. Sun up to sundown, brother. Sun up to sundown. I come up in here. I have just enough time to take me a shower, throw some shit in my face, go to sleep, wake up the next day, do it all over again. Why do you notice? Notice the last time we spoke, I was still doing shit on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Wednesdays and Thursdays have been the days for like years. You know why? Because they the only 2 fucking days that work.
I look. I do entertainment stuff, and Wednesdays and Thursdays the only time. I'm like, it works out perfectly for me, because like I'm always on U.S. time anyway, because I gotta the rest of the world time anyway. So being 13 to 14 hours ahead, it works out perfectly for me. What I'll do is a couple of YouTube guys that I look at about gear, cheap gear, lighting, even the lights that I got here. Like, like this right here is like $50.
Yeah.
In the small, right? You know what I'm saying? The small, like those little small LEDs. Oh, the LED game is nice now. Because it gives you more space, it gives you more light, it's softer. It's not like, what I'm saying. I had the whole setup with the little umbrella thing you had to put the little LED bulbs that you got from
the soft box, you got the soft box. That shit gotta sit up. That's how I had it before, though. When we lived in the other house years ago, when we had another house, it was different because see, number one, the way the room was set up was different. So it wasn't so much of us splitting the room down the middle. I actually had a designated space that was kind of cut off from the rest of the room. It was cut off from that. So it had its own light source. It had its own, everything. But now, I'm literally just on my side of the room. Okay. It's not like, it's this designated space, just for my shit. I'm on my side. And what I've done is I've taken my side and I've kind of converted, I'll say, I don't know, an 8 by 8 area that I've designated, on my side of the jump off, and I've designated it for all my shit because I have so much other shit here, because I do other things too, because I do other things here as well. I take my other computer because I got my little work laptop, I take it, you know, and I use it here too, you know, to do my work shit, you know, like do my spreadsheets and do my inventory. And you know, I pay a lot of bills with it. I make sure brothers get paid with it and all that kind of shit. So I also sit here and use my little work laptop as well. So it's a bunch of shit over here. It's a bunch of shit over here, man. You know, a bunch of shit over here. So I need to I think I'm going to end up switching it around because what I want to do is I want to take the room and go this way with the stuff. And because I want to face the other direction. Because right now I'm like right next to my little tiny closet. You know, I got a little tiny closet that's like this big. So I want to get away from my little tiny closet. And because I want to put some other shit in here. Because what I want to do back here, instead of having the green screen back here, what I want to do is I want to put a screen. All right. Because I have like a 50-inch, you know, monitor, and I want to put it here instead of using the green screen. Just have the monitor back here. That's kind of where I'm going.
Yeah.
You know, I'm probably going to do that, you know, once the season slow down. You know, I can move some shit around and, you know, send my wife off out of here for a day so I can kind of just coordinate shit. You know, that's what I want to do. I want to take my big monitor and I want to put it here instead of doing the green screen. Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm going. But I got to move some shit around. You know, I got to move the desk. I got to pull all the other shit out. You know, so that ain't gonna happen no time soon. You know?
So, men, just let y'all know. Whenever you buy a house, if you say we need a 3-bedroom, no. If there's no basement, you need a 4-bedroom.
Yeah.
That 4th room belong to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how I gotta go.
Yeah.
You gotta. I don't care whatever else happens in this house. This belongs to me. The garage does not work. I'm telling you right now. That don't work. You need a man cave. You need a man cave. It's just what it is. It's just how it just got to be. Like, you know what I'm saying? You need a man cave where you can do whatever you want in that area, in that room. That's going to be your sanctuary, your peace.
Yeah. It's just filled with all of your stuff. And that's the crazy thing, because when we first got this house, one room was going to be designated for that. But see, we had made plans for the kids to come live here. So what I did is I went ahead and I started outfitting it, you know, for them to live in. Because we had two extra bedrooms that wasn't doing nothing. They was basically just full of bullshit. So because I was going to take one, I was just going to take one and you know, use it as a studio. And then, you know, we decided that we was going to let, you know, my nephews, my grandson move in. So, you know, so I went right to work with outfitting it, you know, painting it, putting the beds, furniture. I did it over the course of time. I didn't run out one day and buy all these beds, buy all these dressers, buy TVs and all that kind of shit. I did that shit over the course of time. You know, over the course of like a year and some change, you know, I would buy a TV and then I would go buy a bed and then I would go buy a dresser. Then I would do it. Then I did it again for the other room, you know, the bigger room, because I had to put 2 in there because 2 of the boys was living in that room. So, you know, it took me like a year and a half to get it fully outfitted. And we were supposed to do it last year, the top of last year, but COVID happened. COVID happened. So that kind of slowed things down. Now I got these 2 outfitted rooms that no one's sleeping in. So, you know, there was that too. You know, a bunch of shit happened. It was that.
It just messed up a lot of people's lives.
2 outfitted rooms with all this shit, you know, that I done bought, and nobody's sleeping in there. I mean, it's just the furnished rooms and shit. And, you know, I'm the type of dude where I'm like, okay, I done already spent this money. Somebody's coming to live in this shit. All right. Somebody come live in it. Somebody come live in this shit. But I want it to be the people that I did it for. you know, not somebody else. You know, my wife is like, oh, you know, my sister. Nope, I ain't do it for her. Hell no. Hell no. Do it for her. I said, we'll just wait this COVID thing out. When this COVID thing died down, you know, we'll let the boys come and stay. You know, everybody came here. My 2 nephews came here 3.5 weeks ago. My grandson, he came here, I think 2 weeks before that. So now the rooms are being
fully
used.
occupied.
Yeah.
Fully occupied.
I'm trying to let nobody else, man, get up out of here. Hell no, I didn't spend all that money for them. Because I don't believe in that the taking care of grown folks shit, man. I don't believe in that shit, man. I'm like you, man. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'll, you know what I mean, and, you know what I'm saying, you know, and when this temporary stay is just like, look, man, you need to get a job. Let me get you a job. Let me get you this. Let me get you that. Let me get you out. You know what I'm saying? Children are a whole different ball game. You know what I mean? 'Cause it's a whole different ball game.
They need you. Okay, minors need you. Motherfuckers in their 30s and shit. Nah, man. Because all my children are grown. My youngest kid is 23. My youngest.
See, there you go.
All right. My baby is 23. All right. Everybody else is in their 30s. So guess what? I don't have no fucking kids to be taken care of. And I damn sure ain't taking care of some grown-ass motherfucking kid of some other Negroes. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Because let me tell you something. If one of my kids want to move in, boy, they better give me a compelling motherfucking reason. They better had lost a leg in a war. I mean, it got to be some good shit. If you on my phone talking about, oh, Pop, I need to come stay with you. You right after that, you better say, well, you know, I was over in Iraq and my fucking arms got blown off. Like, you know, you gotta be talking some good shit, man. If you want to move back in Pop house, you want to come back in the nest, you better be missing some limbs, Negro. But we've been joined by Brother Kwafi. What's good with it, Brother Kwafi?
Hey, man, thank you for having me up. You got me over here cracking the hell up. I love the conversation. How you doing, brother DeAndre?
How you doing?
He got you up here. But I wanted to address Prophet, you know, about the half of the room.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But a lot of men, they don't take advantage of when they buy the house. They don't realize that, you know, most of the time, you know, you do have the woman where she would have like a whole bunch of the room for the closet, and you only got your uniforms in the closet. If you that type of woman, you do have that. But with me, I didn't have that so much. You know, I got my first when I was 19, got my second one at 25, and I had got one more after that before moving out to California. And I lived in Atlanta, 9-bedroom house, beautiful. You know, and I had so much room in it to where, you know, I literally did not have to rent a space for my business, you know, and right now I wish that I had that house because I could be doing my podcasting out of it, you know. But buying enough room, you know, is important if you're an artist, you know. So you're right. Every man needs a man cave. Or a business spot, you know, or whatever you want to call it. But anyway, man, I love the way you spit it up here about, you know, leadership. I mean, you said so many things. What made me interested in you and coming up here is because I'm also a podcaster, but I only do things documentary style. And I'm doing I'm working on part 2 of Asian Hate Coming from a Black Perspective on my channel. We're filming right now and we're finishing up. It'll be out probably in a couple of days. And you made me want to put one part in there, you know, about, you know, marrying and living over, you know, and where you're in Korea, right?
Yeah, Japan.
Japan. Okay. Yeah. And a lot of brothers don't understand when they listen to these other podcasters, you know, when they're trying to put them up on game or whatever it is, it's more than just game. It's steps to this shit. You know, and I like the way you just gave them raw. You was neutral about it, and it's very so often you find a brother up here that comes on Thought Channel that is, neutral, and you like giving them the real shit that they need to know. They, they're into this. What is this? This passport brothers type shit. I don't get it. It's okay. You do what you do. You go. Anybody that take a trip, whether you take a trip in the United States and you on vacation, if you go to Hawaii or if you go to, New York, Atlanta, even out here in San Francisco, you're gonna want to have fun, and you deserve that. But at the same time, if you have not researched, and you did listen to a whole bunch of clowns telling you to go get a passport, go, have sex one weekend, and then just move your life. It steps to it. And like you said, even where you are, the palest white guy, Billy Bob with the dirty beard with bugs all in it, got a whole bunch of money. He the one that's going to win. And he may not even be an attractive man. He the one that's going to win over you when you think you hot shit and you go into these other countries and you're going to pick up these women. It just don't work like that.
And just to clarify that is a lot of times it's the misnomer, right? I me personally, I don't care if these brothers go and travel. I actually encourage it, but it's just just have some responsibility with it and say what it is, and I can tell because I've been a lot of places. You ain't never been there, bro. Like I could like you're just talking, you're just living vicariously through another guy. Like you and the guy that you're talking to, of course it's because I do my vlogging too. Like I do vlogging and on my channel, and where I got me and my family running around, or I got my cousin that came over a whole bunch of times, flew over, and I show things that I do and part of the business that I can't show everything because of NDAs and I want to make my money, but the other thing with that is that either they haven't been there or they've been there and they're not being neutral or being forthcoming with the pitfalls of a lot. And a lot of it is them purchasing it. You know what I mean? If I, I'm trying to be kind of like CP with it. So, what I mean? Profit. If you don't mind if I just go in with it, okay. So it's the purchasing of pussy. if we just gonna be, so it's pretty much instead of Stella got a groove back, is Leroy got his groove back. That's what this is, and what we have to understand is, yes, that's a part of it because it's legal there. I mean, it's the oldest. Like me, look, if you ever heard me talk, I always talk about bring forth the articles of prostitution on the table, so a lot of these guys don't be whining about pussy. You know what I'm saying? Like bring it forth on the table. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the reason why a lot of these countries have it is because they understand how men operate. They understand how men operate. You know what I'm saying? It's a thing about men, right? And you know what I mean? But when you go to these countries, why are you going? Are you going for the women, or are you going for an experience to experience another person's culture? Because you would find it very offensive if someone from another country came into your neighborhood, walked past you or walked up to you and say, where the bitch is at and where's the weed?
You know what, man? And brother, it do happen a lot, because sometimes people just don't know. But like you said, it's all about researching. Are you coming for the experience, or are you coming to just do what you can basically do in Vegas or at the Bunny Ranch?
Or the Bunny Ranch. And then, now, of course, if we're talking about economics, a flight there, one chick on the Bunny Ranch for 1 hour will get you a hotel, a whole week, 6 holes at one time per day, and lobster and steak every night. So I understand the economics of it. I'm not a dumbass. We know what it is, right? But what else did you do while you were there? Like, did you nigga, did you ride on a yacht? Did you go water skiing? Did you go scuba diving? Did you like what else did you see while you were there? Right?
Or
Like
did
what?
you even research? Or did you even research before you came? Because when you did come, you came on account of banking on a dating app or talking to women on a escort service,
And that
and
might be, and you might have been fucking a dude.
and that's true
Oh,
too.
that's the other thing. Because
That's true too.
see, that's the other thing they don't understand, right? Like I had to, some people tell me, "Hey, man, it's like when Neil deGrasse Tyson, they don't like him giving movie reviews about scientific movies because he kind of fucks it up because he tells the truth about it." I had to tell a lot of brothers, "Okay, you going to Brazil, right? Yeah, okay. Do you know that most Brazilian chicks don't look like that?" Like the ones that you see, right? They don't look like that, especially the
Or they
lighter
look too
ones.
perfect.
Yeah, it's the darker ones that actually look like that, right? But they're in the favelas, money. So you're not going up in the hood to go get them, right? I said at 14 years of age, they're getting surgeries. That's why it's called the Brazilian butt lift, right? In Colombia, they're getting injections in their titties. They're getting their short ribs taken out. A lot of the plastic surgery gurus around the world went down to Brazil, Colombia, over to Thailand and Indonesia and those places. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the the way that now these trans people, these trans whatever you want to call them, these transgenders look now that's tricking dudes because before you could kind of tell a transgender before,
Yeah,
right?
even the girl
Now
boys that they have now, the K-pop dudes.
the K-pop, right? The K-pop dudes, right? But they already perfected that in Thailand and Indonesia and all of that other stuff. So you getting on this dating app, you up here messaging back and forth, you getting this, oh, I got this, look at this 10. And what I mean, Lin Kuang used to be Lin Quan. Or you know what I mean?
Look how thought
You
looking.
don't know what you're getting yourself into because you're not talking to people that actually live there, or you're not doing the proper research, or you're not involved in that community. They have so many communities where you're going to travel. You can join a group. There's people that I see pop up in our Facebook group all the time, right? We got black expats, we got black in Japan and all this other stuff, right? Even we got brothers and sisters in Korea and stuff like that. So there are people that pop up in a group and say, "Hey, I'm traveling to Japan, X, Y, and Z. What should I look out for? Okay, which area you gonna be in? This, and this. Hey man, I'm going to Thailand. I get people hitting me up a lot. Hey man, I'm going to Thailand. Okay, I got a dude that lives in Thailand. What part of Thailand? Pattaya, Phuket, where you going? I'm going to Vietnam. Oh, you going to Hanoi? You going to Chiang Mai? Where you going? I got a homeboy that's just over there right now. He just moved, and I got another OG over there. So where you going? What you trying to get into? Just hit me up on the side. I'll refer you to them. So you got somebody there. So when you touch down, they can give you the lay of the land. I got a brother that came from. He was going to the University of. He graduated from University of California, I think Berkeley, right? And he came over as a track coach. He's actually like the first person to get a teaching visa as a coach, and he's a black dude. Came to Japan and he was like, "Man, what I gotta look out for?" And I gave him the whole rundown. And he came over and he said, "Bro, I appreciate everything you did for me, but I can't do it in Japan. But I want to stay in Asia. Where you think I should go?" I said, "Yo, try Vietnam or Thailand." He went to Thailand, then he went to Vietnam. Now he got his own business in Vietnam and he loved it there. And there was another brother that was from over there, was trying to come over here. We helped him out. So it's people all over the place that you got to just do the research. And a lot of these podcasters or these travel vloggers and stuff like that, they have to sensationalize it. There's channels where I watch these white dudes be walking around in the red light districts in these countries. Like the dude just walk down the street with a GoPro on him and don't say anything, and he'll just walk. So you'll see, right? So what they're showing you is this, because what do you get from those countries? You get the rap video, right? That's you want to perpetuate that because you want to live like that because that's what's put in front of your face. But to me personally, just be just do you. If you're going to go do that, protect yourself. Because I don't want to look up in the news. Dude, you made it out the hood. Why you going over to another country putting your life on the line? Why? Like really why? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Like you're paying to play with your life. I don't understand that.
Yeah,
And
I don't
it,
understand that either. If you
yeah,
leave the hood, why would you go to another country just to be in the hood?
yeah,
I don't
yeah,
understand that. That doesn't make any sense. You know,
yeah.
that's the equivalent of leaving your hometown hood, leaving your hometown hood in California, then go to fucking New York and be walking around the hood in New York. That's stupid. Like, what are you doing?
Well,
Yeah,
that's the first thing that most people do, when they, of course, when you're a black person, you want to see things that are black, like, hey, man,
yes.
who's the barber around here? Who can cut hair? I just moved out here. Who can do dreads? Those are the number one things that you do want to know. But
Yeah,
to
but
do,
isn't that the problem? Isn't that the problem? Like, I
Yes.
mean, cause look, I live in Mecklenburg, right? I live in
I
North
know about
Carolina, right?
Mecklenburg. That's right where you
Right,
live.
right.
Yeah.
Now,
Mhm.
I'm not gonna leave from here, right? I live around the sticks. Where I live is the sticks, all right? There's trees and grass and all kind of shit, you know.
Matthew.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna leave from here and say, okay, take me to where there's more leaves and grass and shit like that. I mean, why the hell would I want to go see something that I already live around? Like, if I did live in the hood, if I'm living in the hood, I'm not gonna go to another country and have somebody say, "Yo, take me to the hood round here." Like, to me, that just doesn't make any sense.
But people gravitate toward what they're used to. And
Yes.
if your mind don't go uh, uh, as far as your little street on Beatty'sford Road,
Yeah, yeah,
Johnson
right.
area, you're gonna go to Atlanta and go to Martin Luther King and Ashby where the prostitutes are.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
And here's the crazy part. And the reason why I say this is because I'm not saying this that I'm better than anybody. Is I'm saying this because I was guilty of it and I fixed my behavior. So let me just tell y'all brothers this is what happened. So we go to Italy. We in Sicily. We're in Sicily. This is 2000. This is 2001, right? This is about March 2001. We go to the McDonald's. We're eating in the McDonald's. We walk into the McDonald's. We're tripping because guess what? They selling alcohol in McDonald's. So at 19 years of age, I'm sitting up here, and in Italy, the rule is if you can see over the counter, if you ask for it, you can get it. Alcohol. They don't care. I don't care. Right. So we up there, we drinking Deserano with Coke and eating Big Macs and fries. So we ain't got nothing to do. We bored. We see some African guys hanging on the corner. We sitting on the corner, kicking it with them the whole time. Like we back in the hood. We out there, we go to the store, we get the little bottle beers and we drinking the beer. We see two Italian dudes fighting each other drunk across the street, see the police surrounding them. It's funny, right? But then I saw one of the older guys, the elders or the OGs that was on the boat because I was in the military. And you know what he said to me when we got back on the boat? He pulled me to the side. He pulled all of us to the side. He said, "Hey man, come up to the smoke deck," right? And we was up there, and it was like 8 brothers up there, 8 of them, right? And we worked for them because I was in the engineering. We worked for them. They said, "We gonna go down here in the pit." So we go down here, bring your blacks because I smoke blacks. Everybody else smoking Newports. And you know what they did? They looked at us and they say, "Sit down." And they said this. They said, "We disappointed as fucking all of y'all. Why would you come to another country to live like the shit that you was living in the country you came from? Why did you come in the military? So you wouldn't be another statistic. So why you sitting on the corner like a motherfucker back in the hood?" I said, it's not your fault. You've been preconditioned. And he told me, he said, you might not even know what precondition is, but we're going to help you out. We're going to fix you. So we're going to split y'all up, and every one of us is going to take every 2 of you out. Because we ain't going to let y'all be doing this no more.
Man, I love that.
And I was like, when he said he was when they said they was disappointed in us, man, we all had this, like, we just got fathered. Like, it was like an Uncle Phil, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air moment, right? And the next day, he took us out to the pizzeria. And he said, I'm going to tell you why in Italy they call it a pizza pie. So they pulled it out, man. It was the best pizza I ever ate. But you can't eat a pizza in Italy with your hands. You got to use a knife and a fork because it's so hot.
Whoa, now I didn't know that.
Yeah, the cheese is liquefied.
So we've been doing it wrong for a long time, huh?
Yeah, because it's American style, right? Because, you got Napoli style and all of this other stuff. So now we sitting up there eating, man. And then he said, I'm going to do something better for you. Let's go down the street. First time I had gelato ice cream. Amazing, right? Then we sat there, and after that, we just sat back. We drank some limoncello. And then we had an espresso, a real Italian espresso. And he said, just sit right here and don't move. Just take in the sights and the sounds, because you never know when you might be back or not. He said, just think about it. Just sit here and just think about where you came from and where you at now. And we started just having casual conversation. Then some Italian chicks, some Sicilian chicks walked up to us and started talking to us and stuff. And then we was talking, and they say, where have you been? I said, we ain't been anywhere. Like really, other than where he took us. And he said, oh, we'll take you over here and over there. And then by the end, we was there for a week. Now I can get into, did y'all smash? Yeah, that happened. Of course, it was going to happen. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is they took us to outside of the main area where all the tourists at. They showed us different areas. They showed us the historical part of like World War II and why. Like, I didn't know that it's this one village, right, that they had there. It was all of these half looking, curly hair looking, if you from the South, Creole looking kids, right?
Dark skin with curly hair too.
Yeah. And they said, but they're very well respected. I'm saying, what's going on? It said, because a lot of the GIs that were Black Americans that came in to help liberate Sicily. This is like untold history. So American military guys, Black American military guys, are very revered in Sicily and parts of France, the outskirts parts, and in Spain and Northern Africa, Tunisia and those places, and Malta, right? And told us about how the soldiers came in and saved and helped us and liberated us from the Nazis and all this other stuff, their grandparents and great-grandparents and things of that nature. And they went back to America, and he didn't like how they was treated, and they came back. And they helped rebuild one of the most beat down villages. They helped remove a lot of the ordnance, all of the landmines and the barbed wire, and they helped rebuild it, the village, on their dime. Like the money that they were getting from the war and all of that other stuff. And they rebuilt and they started their own community within Sicily.
And that's a wonderful thing, brother. Let me say this. This is such a good stream, and it just seemed like when you have someone like yourself here educating us about the things that we need to know, the real shit, people stray away, because this stream need to be filled right about now. It really does. I just want to chime in on a story since we were talking about.
Well, before you get started, Brother Coffee.
Okay.
Let me interject.
All right.
This stream ain't for the Negroes, to be honest with you. This stream is for me. I want to catch up with my man. So I didn't give a shit if only one person was in the goddamn chat room, to be honest with you, because I did this stream because I wanted to chop it up with my man. I just thought I'd interject that. And we've been joined by the one, and hold the hell up. We have been joined by a person who I have great respect for, so he gets this introduction the one, the only, Professor Cerulean. Professor Cerulean, what's good with it, man?
Oh, well, greetings, esteemed X, esteemed gentlemen.
What's going on, man? Been a while, brother. Been a while. Been a while.
Indeed. You're
Yeah, man.
wow.
I was talking about you the other day, man. I was like, damn, man, I wonder what brother Cerulean is up to, man. I'm glad you here, man. I did
man,
kind
I've been busy.
I'm sure. We're gonna catch up a little bit. I did interrupt brother Quaffy. My bad, brother Quaffy. Carry on, man.
I'm gonna be brief. And how you doing, brother, that just stepped on the panel, doctor? What's your name?
You just call me Gray.
Okay, great. Okay, all right. Yeah, but I just wanted to say that, we get caught up in, dating apps and talking to women online and different things. I have a friend who I think he's about 30 years old, and he decided he was going to quit his job, take all of his savings, $50,000 that he had saved up. First of all, he had already been sending the woman money in Jerusalem. He sent her 10,000. And
I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother.
Go ahead.
But Jerusalem, you better tell that bitch to throw up a prayer. She in the holy city, goddamn.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm surprised. No, hold on. Tom's getting bad. I thought you was going to say. Listen, I thought you was going to say somewhere in Eastern Europe. I thought you was going to say somewhere in whatever coast of Africa, the Caribbean, down in South America.
Nah, man, Jerusalem.
Oh no, brother.
Jerusalem fucked up. Man, look, Jerusalem is fucked up. Like you might get a fucked up picture of it by looking at, Israel as a whole, because they always show you the capital city, right? It looks good.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, no, this is the first time I heard that scam come out of there. Like, this is
hell no, because them bitches is the same as they is in like Dubai and
right? I know,
it's Iran, that whole send me money, I'm poor broke, or even Eastern Europe, right? The Slovakian
But you know what though, he was in for a rude awakening, because when he did come back, he kissed the ground that he was born on, because people live totally different, than they do in America. Now he lives in Reno. Well, nothing is already nothing. Nothing is that anyway. So he went to nothing, just like we were talking about, But he went all the way there for a woman.
Ain't nothing holy about that kitty over in Jerusalem. Look, man. You know what's funny? It's funny because I used to talk about geopolitics all the time, right? And if you look at a lot of the Arabic nations, a lot of them basically have Israeli leaders with Arabic sounding names. That's how America's been able to keep them in check for as long as they have. I mean, think about it. How long has the global war on terror been ongoing? Hell, I was in the Navy before it started.
Yeah.
And it started in what, 2001 November?
No, well, you might as well say
September, because it was directly September 11th happened. Then October, November, we got to fight terrorism.
You forgot about the thing, the precursor to that. Remember the USS
Cole bombing? The Cole bombing, the Cole.
In Yemen, yeah. So that was the precursor. They was already gearing up for it. They just had to give it an official name. In November, that's when they christened it.
They always show you. But Jerusalem, they always show you Tel Aviv. Oh, look at this beautiful place, Israel. You get outside of Tel Aviv, that shit looks like the DR.
Yeah, but one thing he did do, I tell you this, what he did do, because he don't have the strength enough to stay in a tent. He did find some hostels to stay in while he was out there, and he would find food. But the problem was he went all the way out there to see this woman, spent up all his money, and came back broke. Just for her to tell him that she was not interested. He was broken, man, when he came back.
Of course.
He came back.
Of course. I mean, there's all those online love scandals, right? I mean, you see it like they did a whole damn TV show about it. What was it, 90 Day Fiance?
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, they got that going on right now.
yeah.
Right?
You know what? What's the dude with the no neck? He probably the
Oh, oh,
smartest
oh
out
yeah,
of all
Big
of them.
Ed.
Big Ed is probably the smartest out of every last one of them, right?
Oh
Like
yeah,
Big
Big Ed
Ed,
ain't taking no shorts.
he ain't
Pun
Dude,
intended.
taking no shorts. Like
love,
Big Ed don't be playing.
lock. I think it's love after lockup or something.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh
that's
man,
another one. Yeah,
this I don't like to talk about brothers, but this brother was a true simp. But that red pill came out on this last one. He said, "Hold up, I'm dropping her off. I think something is fishy going on." And he turned back around after he thought he was dropping her off, and she was going in the house. The white boy pulled up and was getting ready to take her to the hotel, and he
Wow.
just really lost it.
Well, I mean, Dre was preaching the gospel, man. Like I've always advocated that brothers should travel, especially when
yeah,
they're younger. See as much
yeah.
culture as you can. And the first rule, as me and Dre have always agreed, is to make friends. You always want to
Yes,
have a connection to that or somebody that's on the ground already that
All
knows
right,
what you're
so
into, knows
I
what you're
met this
looking
lady
for, can
in
point you to the right
2008.
direction. All the extra shit niggas talk about passports equal freedom, bullshit. They ain't even
passport.
limited. And if you look at the DR, they ain't even limiting their victims to Negroes. They killing white.
Mm.
They killed an old white bitch from fucking Connecticut.
Yeah, yeah. Yo, remember that? People remember that? And I felt sad for the couple because it was a black couple. They got married and they went down there for their honeymoon, and everybody was dying from the drinks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They
man,
had that
because
thing at that hotel that
the
they
safest thing to drink in the DR is a fucking beer or hard liquor.
yeah, yeah. And here's the other thing, right? And this is the thing. What's your memories of something? Like, what are you going to sit around and tell your kids or your grandkids? You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I mean? I can sit around and tell my grandkids like, yo, I walked into the Vatican. Like I was, you know what I mean? I walked into the Vatican. I was there for mass for uh, uh, New Year's Eve 2000, right?
Or you
And
could tell them that you went a quarter way around the world to a little place in the Caribbean that's a dirty foot country
That's
yeah,
right.
to do some fuckery that you
What
could
you
have
want to
did
say?
in America, and all you
Do we have
got
any more?
was this dumbass shirt and the stupid ass look on your face for all the money you lost.
and 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 the doctor's note for getting them damn penicillin pills.
But you
Uh,
know what I think it is? You know what I think it is, Drake?
mhm.
Because I hear the same niggas be talking that passport shit, be talking about American black women and the weave. But if you really examine it, the DR is the dusty niggas weave. The DR is the dusty niggas weave. DR, the Dominican Republic, is the weave for the derelict Negro male.
I want to show
Mhm.
y'all brothers something because
Oh yeah, go
this is just in. Okay, breaking news.
breaking news.
Breaking news. Negroes. Breaking news. God damn it. I got sent this a little while ago, and I have to share it with you, brothers. And I know this has nothing to do with what the hell we talking about right now, but I have to share it because I've talked about this shit for many, many, many years. I've talked about how having the multiple baby mamas will double back and double cross you or double cross the kids that are products of those multiple baby mamas, especially when you don't know the children and they don't know each other. So I want y'all to see this because I'm probably going to do something on this next week, but this is just a little pre-show. And like I
They probably
said,
had one of them West Virginia and Hills Have Eyes babies because they didn't know they
all
was
right,
fucking their first cousin.
this just in. Breaking news, you black ass Negroes. Breaking news.
I don't mean to guess it and shit on you or anything, but
Here we go. Oh shit, I gotta turn the sound on. Hold on.
See, they look like they're related. They got the same eyes, lips, and nose. Hell, even chin structure, the damn same. They're brothers and sisters from the same father, different mother.
Hold up, y'all. I'm fucking up. God damn it. Hold up.
Even the damn eyebrow and the ridge is the same.
Here we go.
You punking us right now, ain't you, X?
Here we go.
All right, so I met this lady in 2008. We got married in 2011. We had our first child in 2011. We had our second child in 2015. We've been married for 10 years. We've been together for 13 years. We just recently found out we're brothers and sisters.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Oh, good. Oh, God. Like,
well, you know, X is good at making you throw up in your mouth. I specialize in making you throw up in your damn mouth.
Man, he should have known. The reason why he got along with the motherfucker so well is because his brother.
You know what, Gray? He called it out. He called it out.
But yo,
yeah.
Hey, that's a more common thing than motherfuckers think. That shit happens all over the place.
Oh yeah.
America,
we'll be talking about it next week.
The Dominican Republic. It happens in Brazil. Hell, them motherfuckers dropping babies as they walk.
Yeah,
I mean they literally shitting out babies like a horse shits. You know when it walks.
Yeah. To be honest with you, like here's another thing that people don't understand about Asia, right? This is something I only noticed after I lived here for a long time. There's a lot of physical deformed or retarded people in Asia in a high concentration.
Well, if you look at Asia and Europe, right?
Yeah,
back about 90 years ago, 100 years ago, they used to put the motherfuckers in Barnum and Bailey Circus.
Yeah.
As attractive. Remember the claw dude?
Yeah,
and then the crab girl that had the backwards ass knees.
Yep.
That's what happens. You know, the lack of like genetic what they call the lack of genetic diversity. You know, because cells don't like to duplicate themselves in that way. Yeah. So you got brother and sister over here. Matter of fact, there's a good series about the Whitaker family of West Virginia. The motherfucker, the dude named what's his name, Ray or something. The motherfucker can't even talk. He fucking goes around barking like a dog. Mm-hmm. He can't even talk because his vocal cords didn't even develop. Why? Because both his mom and his daddy, who were brother and sister, had the same damn vocal cords from the same patrilineal and matrilineal mother and father. Yeah. And so because it don't like to duplicate itself, it looks at that DNA as like some junk DNA that it throws away. And so you don't even develop a voice. Some of them turn out blind. Some of them turn out with fused fucking limbs and shit. Hell, some of the twins come out conjoined.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, quiet is kept because it's
all over India. Matter of fact, I don't know if you ever been to Chennai, India, Dre. I'm pretty sure you did. You was on Small Boy.
Yeah.
How many deformed motherfuckers you see walking, rolling around on a skateboard on their stomach?
Now, I'm gonna say
asking for change.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. Of a list of countries, don't waste your money going to India. Just put that out there.
I heard that if you go to India and you're trying to get your teeth fixed, they do a great job. What do you think about that?
Shit, nah, go to Thailand. Look, I'm gonna tell you this.
Go to Thailand. Go to Vietnam.
I wouldn't trust it.
Go to Mexico.
Look, look. Before you decide to get your teeth fixed in India, just look at India. Just go around, look at the people. You'll see motherfuckers walking around. They got red teeth. Their teeth are bleeding. Some of them, shit, they don't even got teeth. The only thing they got to eat is their teeth. Okay.
Yeah. He said their teeth are bleeding.
Yeah. No, listen,
real shit.
Look in the back chat, bro.
Yeah. So I'm saying like this, brother X.
Calcutta.
He ain't. Yeah. Listen. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like
shit looks fucking horrible.
It's crazy. Hold on. Let me see. So
and then have you seen Dinesh D'Souza's teeth? You gonna let some Indians work on him? That nigga's teeth look like that? The Dinesh D'Souza, he an Indian motherfucker. His teeth is fucked up. But India, I wouldn't trust any of that shit. Don't trust any of the marketing. Because if you really understand India, they're a lot like British culture. Real close. Because they've been ruled over for so long. They just kept, they was like, oh, British had a good system going on. And the one thing that they also inherited from the British culture is them fucked up ass teeth.
Oh yeah, England. Yeah, English shit is.
Hell, you might end
but
up
bleeding though. They walking around with bleeding.
With bleeding ass teeth.
That's crazy.
Because the way the caste system is, literally, like I'm talking like damn near 80% of the country. Like you do understand that like 80% of the country are considered untouchables.
Yeah, the darker, like the black, how the black thing that we have in America, they got it real bad over there. You know what I'm saying?
And they deprive those people to such a great extent, right? Where like I don't even know how their hue system works and shit. Because I've seen some of the lighter skinned motherfuckers walking around with fucked up teeth. Just finding anything they could chew on to eat, to curb that appetite.
And here's the other thing. Like, there's a lot of countries like that. It's just me per se. Like I had T.P.O.T. You said you spoke to Joe, right?
Yeah, it's been a while, but I did speak to him.
Yeah, so he's actually Joe's like maybe 10 minutes away from me.
Oh shit!
Like where I moved at now, right? So you spoke to Joe, and Joe, I think after he talked to you, you ain't talked to him in a while, probably about a little bit same time you didn't talk to me. Joe went to India for a summer because he went vegan when he was in China, because he was in China first and then he came to Japan. And after he got sick over there, the only thing he could trust was the vegetables. So he went on his vegan thing, right? So of course you want to go to the country that's what they known for with all the vegan dishes. He went over to India. He came back and he told me, "You was right. I should have never went there."
So somebody wrote in the chat that they can't afford a toothbrush or toothpaste. Shit, motherfucking Indians can't even afford a goddamn Chico stick, let alone a toothbrush.
So did he move? He moved to India, or he just went? Okay,
he just visited.
Because I know he's a teacher. He's a teacher, right?
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah, he's a teacher. Okay.
Like most of the 90%, when you talk about Asia, 90% of the people that work in Asia are teachers.
Okay.
That are expats. They're teachers. Then you got like a 10% now that are ITs. I was a part of 1%. I was neither nor. Like what I'm saying? Like I was doing other things. Like in the first I was telecommunications, and then I started I worked on base for like 2 years as a crane inspector. So I'm a licensed like 150 ton portal crane inspector. But
I remember whenever I left that region, they started phasing out a lot of the engineers. They started going into other things. I remember when I was in and the rate got locked up for machinists. Well, basically, they pushed everybody in machinists because I came as a BT. And pushed everybody in the machinists, and then they locked that shit up. And when I actually tried to go back to Japan, a lot of the engineering jobs weren't even there. They're phasing them out. They were being subcontracted out to civilian contractors.
Yeah, was it SRF and all that other
SRF?
Yeah, Japanese. You know what I'm saying? Million motherfuckers running on a boat to do one job. And here's the crazy thing. And this is the, like to the brother's point that he was saying, hold on, let me, he's sending me things in the back chat stuff. To the brother's point that he's talking about here. When we talking about the whole agency thing, and even that right there, right? Brother X was talking about, he was asking me about the Olympics. And the reason why the Olympics Do you know why Japan, Brother X, was so keen on getting the Olympics? They wanted the Olympics so much.
Why? I mean, well, I know they do like this thing, and they choose the country, so they chose it way before COVID and all that kind of stuff, right? So it had to be some type of economic incentive, right?
Well, yeah and no. The Olympics doesn't boost your economics to that extent, right?
Okay.
Like a first world country. Japan is a first world country. Japan and Korea are first world countries. Australia is a first world country. Also, Singapore is a first world country. Japan, it doesn't boost your economics. It does it for third world countries to a certain degree. The reason why you, as a country, and they didn't pick Japan, they did, but they did. Japan paid. Like countries that get picked, they pay. Like it's a thing. They pay. So Japan needed that because they have a problem. Italy and Japan, as far as first world countries go, have the largest life expectancy. But for all of these dudes crying about all these goddamn fucking babies, there's a worldwide pandemic of low birth rate. Even in the United States, there's a low birth rate. If you don't believe me, why are they repealing all the damn abortion laws? So you want the Olympics to put your country on display. What's going to happen is that people are going to see the country. They're going to want to travel, right? But what do they display more than anything? Why do you think in these Olympics they kept pushing the women, right? You barely saw them talk about any men, right? That was very strange, don't you think? I've been watching Olympics forever, right? Because if you got the women on display and they become this and that, what is that going to do? That's going to entice the men to come. The men come, the men are going to do what? They're going to have sex with these women, and these women are going to do what? Get pregnant and have babies. And that's why you have the Olympics. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on.
So they wanted to they wanted to draw attention to Japan because they're feeling the pressure of the low birth rates, is what you're saying. They're feeling the heat. They need to get some men in there. You know, they need some reproduction going on. So this is a long-term plan. This is long-term. Okay.
Yeah, this is
I got you.
this is a long term. But Brazil, they wanted it in Brazil because of what? Because they needed the infrastructure of the tourism, right? Why is France trying to do it? Because Europe has a low birth rate.
Wow.
Totally. Like Europe
that's
has
why
a
they're going to
really
move
low
the
birth
next
rate.
one. That's why the next one's going to be in France, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the 2024 one is going to be in France because they did the little handover. And then you know what France started to show? They started to show, they didn't show like a regular French person, like you know, like you would say white, right? They showed all of these mixed French people. All of these mixed French people, right? You had the white one, then you had a person that looked like, you know, they were black. Like even and then they had the judo team that beat Japan, like beat them down. The whole team of it beat them down handily, and it was like one brother, two sisters, and a white dude. And the brother was the leader of the judo team, and they had them center stage. And then they had all of this because Europe has a low birth rate. Now the thing is, what Europe is, because France is a part of the EU. If you're in France, guess where you at in 25 minutes on a bullet train? You over in Germany, you in England, you over there in Sweden, about 45 minutes away, cross the French Alps. You go down here to Italy, Spain. You can fly around Europe for $100. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's easy to fly around Europe or catch the train. So the birth rates are low. And people are not having children because of the economics. This is pre-Rona problem. Everybody already, the whole world has, what you see now is the whole world has a baby problem, a baby making problem. The third world countries, that's not a problem that they have. So What happens when you stop producing children as a country? You start to lose in production. You start to lose in genetics. You just start to lose. That's why you saw in America, you start to see like Jamaica keeps winning when it comes to track and field all the time, right? They sweeping, right? You start to see America is what? Slowly losing it because they're losing that the genetic part of.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at the Olympics as a whole, it's always been kind of a way to display and market a country's genetic stock, right? Which is why for the longest time people wanted to come here. They wanted to have that genetic stock. I want to be an American. I want to be quote unquote what they deemed the best. But that best was only hinged on the genetic stock of America.
Yeah.
Nobody was trying to go to France in the 80s.
Hell no, they weren't.
Children.
Hell no, they weren't.
Right?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, like people will go to Italy. Like, I've been to Italy in the summertime. You don't want to be in Rome in the summertime. The Tibers smell like death. Like, you don't want to be like it's certain, like, you know what I mean? Like Venice, yeah, it smells like death because it's a sewer. Remember, it's an aqueduct. That's centuries old sewer.
Death and fricasseed ass cheeks.
Yeah, like Paris. Like, think about it. In France, right? The good thing about France, yeah, they got all this artwork, but the good thing about France is they desserts because all of them got alcohol in it. Like, they don't. It's just bread and cheese. Everything else is like high price nasty. Like I
mean, you say that about London too, because
they ain't got like what's their national dish? A meat pie? Like if you really think about everything that you eat in London, like as far as England's actual like food, it's always from some other country. What's the American food? What is the American food?
French fries.
Everything else.
Nope. Because the French fry was actually made in Denmark. It was actually invented in Denmark. Try again.
I mean, it all came from somewhere else. But if you really look at it, what you would consider slave food, Black American food, that is American food.
Yeah, it's American food.
Yeah.
Like, you really think about it, it was niggas that made macaroni and cheese a thing.
American pie.
They made it apple pie. They made it a thing.
No, did like look, white folks was making that old fucking powdered bullshit, right? It was all dry as hell, and then they found out niggas had been putting it in the oven for fucking generations.
Yeah,
they're like, the fuck they head up with that. Now guess what? You got all these multinational corporations fucking making like Velveeta.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey man, these Negroes got a thing going on. I think macaroni and cheese would be a big thing.
It's gonna be a hit.
Negro, yeah.
It's gonna be a hit.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Is the chicken coop still there in Charlotte?
Downtown by the train station where all the white folks jog past. Yes, it's there.
That thing been there since the 1930s.
And let me tell you something. It hasn't changed much. I mean, I saw it when I first got down here. It still looks the same. Like they haven't, no renovations, no nothing. But guess what? That shit, you can barely get in there, especially in the summertime. Forget it.
You're right. And also, I'll tell you another place they have really good food if you and your wife don't want to cook. The United House of Prayer for All People, right on Batesford Road.
I'm trying to think. Well, I know they've changed a lot because there's a lot of gentrification going on in Mecklenburg now. Places that used to be the hood, they done bulldoze and fucking houses, and they putting in like 50-unit freaking apartment buildings. They're speckling them all over. I know because I go and I work on bulldozers, I work on skid steers and payloaders that are on those sites. And man, they are, let me tell you something. I keep telling these Negroes here, like, man, you better get your hands on a house. You better get your hands on some land. You living in these damn hoods, okay, living in these damn bullshit ass houses that these slum lords own. They are selling this shit and they letting these white folks bulldoze the hell out of it. I know. I be at those work sites, working on those payloaders, working on those bulldozers, working on those cranes, man. They're doing it. I keep telling these dudes, man, they are bulldozing the hood down.
Well, while they're working on the north side by UNC Charlotte and
yes,
North Tryon and all that, where they got once you pass over Sugar Creek and you head straight on down through Uptown on West Boulevard side, well, not South Tryon, you know, all that area where it was really rough and West Boulevard and all that. They better be trying to buy them a house in that area because that will so be just like everything else.
You know where they're really doing it at? I don't know if you're familiar with this area. Nation Ford, the Arrowwood area from South Boulevard.
And Scaly Park.
Yep.
I used to live over there when it was strictly like upper class.
Let me tell you something. For a whole no shit, brother Coffee. I just rode by there today, as a matter of fact. Scaly Bark, all the way back to Nations Ford, that whole strip up from there to Arrowwood and damn near what the hell is the name of that other road? Tyvola. That area has all been bulldozed, and it's all new apartments that they putting in there. Because remember, that was kind of like the hood too. All that shit has been bulldozed down, and they are building goddamn apartments in there. 50, 100 unit apartment buildings is all coming up there. And they're saying that the asking price of those apartments that they have in there are like $4,000 to start.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
$4,000.
Listen. Hey, look, Brother Xavier ain't lying. When I went to Baltimore and I went over to Fellows Point, right? And you know, everybody says gentrification, right? That's right when it only happened to black people. So what do you call it when it happened to white people? Assimilation.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was in Baltimore, when I went on the other side of the harbor, Fellows Point, the same houses that I remember the poor white folk used to live in for $300, $250 a month, they look exactly the same on the outside, but they got chandeliers in them, $3,000 to $4,000 a month to rent those houses, those row houses on those cobblestone streets, like those old factories that they had from Bethlehem Steel and the Domino Sugar Factory and all of that. They got the outside, but the inside has been gutted, and it's a Starbucks, it's a Whole Foods in it, and all that other crazy stuff. So we call it justification when it happened to us. When it happened to them and they moving them trailer parks and kicking them out, it's called assimilation, right?
Yeah, man.
It's the assimilation process now.
Well,
right?
I mean, they do it. They do it all over the world. That's why you see a lot of the dynamics. You see it like in Japan. All the real Japanese actually live in Okinawa or from Okinawa, right?
Okinawa, Hokkaido, the Inus. Like, you know, I mean, they got different. The brother Rob had a question. He asked this a while ago. So brother Rob
let me see if I can find it. What?
It was about well, for me it's 1:36. So it's probably about 12:36 a.m. for you, brother. Or around that. He asked, why do a lot of Asian doctors and lawyers he asked the question, why do a lot of Asian doctors
I got you. I got you, Cam Rob. Why do a lot of Asian doctors and lawyers leave their country to practice their profession in other countries?
I'm gonna tell you. I'll give an answer. I give an answer. It is really to give you the policy-driven answer because you know what I'm saying. They pay more in America. They have this, you know, the quote-unquote Obamacare is actually called universal health care. And every other country in the world, even England, even though they tax the poo-poo out of people, and they do have similar to that in Canada. We have our residential Canadian in the chat, Classic Ruby. You know what I'm saying? But the doctors don't get paid as much as they do in a capitalist country like America. So why would you sit up there and be making like maybe 50, 60, 70,000 a year as a doctor, where you can come to America and make 500, almost $1 million a year, and tax free if you go through a certain program with the incentive?
Well, I mean, there's that, right? And then because you got to think, you're an Asian doctor in a country that produces a lot of Asian doctors, and unlike America, that overflow isn't going to get paid what the motherfuckers that been doing it for 20 years is going to get paid in Asia. That's why you see so many of those Asian doctors fucking running over to the DR in Brazil to catch that business of incoming motherfuckers from America and Canada and Germany and Britain to get Brazilian butt lifts.
Yeah. And
crazy.
And
why
and
they
then,
get that 10,000 a surgery that would cost $1,500 in Asia, they can get $10,000 in Brazil for, or in Florida for. Get 20,000 in Florida for the BBL.
What?
Yeah.
Hold the hell up! What am I reading here?
What's that?
What the hell is this shit here? I don't hold the hell up, Lady Ruby. I don't wear deodorant either. At least I don't buy these poison sticks of it. I just put a mild acid like vitamin C or lactic acid, etc., under my arms. Kills bacteria. AK smell just fine.
No,
Wait
actually,
a damn minute.
No, actually, you know what? I actually get her point, because I'm not a deodorant wearing nigga either. But
Wait a damn minute.
I use because see, those deodorant sticks, they actually clog your damn pores under your arms, and they actually make you funkier. But the essential oils, I use the essential oils, which is actually better for your skin, better for your pores. Don't clog it up. Still allow your underarms to breathe.
You don't get those rashes.
Fuck that.
I gotta say, wait a damn minute too.
My shit just gotta be clogged. My shit just gonna be clogged. I can't.
No, I'll tell you what the best shit is, man.
Deodorant shit.
I'll tell you what the best shit is, man. And my wife put me onto it some years ago, and I still use it. It's either the Dr. Bronner's or the Dr. Woods African soap with the peppermint peppermint charcoal hemp, pine tar. Yeah, those things actually aerate, exfoliate your shit, and
Now I'm down with what he's saying there, Thought, because Dr. Bronner's is one of the most healthiest products to ever, especially for black people. Really good. Peppermint soap is really good. You can use it for so many different things. You can even brush your teeth with it.
I don't use any other soap but peppermint.
Man, if I stop using deodorant, my wife will pack her shit and be the fuck up out of this motherfucker.
I'll tell you what, X. You start using the Dr. Bronner's peppermint hemp soap or the Castile, you won't even see a need to even use deodorant.
Well,
because that peppermint smell gets into your pores. When it gets into your pores, it cleans out your pores, and then when you rinse, you're gonna have that smell on you for some days.
Well, let's say
next time you shower,
it'll last for 2 days, brother. But if you have a whole bunch of hair up under your arms and other places, it won't last like that. It just won't.
No. See, I ain't even a hairy nigga like that. You know what I mean?
So that's why it lasts. Same thing.
But what you gotta understand, Professor Cerulli, you know what I do for a living, brother.
I'm telling you,
sweaty, hard shit.
Yes.
No.
And I'm telling you, that peppermint soap will get you right. It'll be 100 times better than putting that deodorant up on your arm.
Mm-hmm. It was 113 degrees out here in California, right? And it was. I took a little bit of peppermint soap and bottled water, and I sprayed it all on my face and everywhere, just while out walking. And I stayed cool in 113 degree weather.
I'll tell you, like I actually use a mixture, man. My wife got me on this shit. I use a mixture of peppermint oil with bergamot, rosemary, right? And that those things, I'm telling you, when they put them on, it be you can literally spray it in a little bottle under your armpits, and you be like, shit.
I can't. I don't think I can fuck with the no deodorant shit, man.
Well, you know,
Like, I'm talking about,
I don't think I can go down that path. That's a
so,
rough
like,
path.
Erica Badu
as soon as
uses crystals. She uses crystals. You know, she don't use deodorant either.
hey, as soon as you come out of that shower or that bath, and you use that peppermint soap that exfoliated your shit, and then you have that little bottle of that mixture I'm talking about is rosemary, peppermint, bergamot, and you spray it under your arms. That is going to be 100 times better than that deodorant. Matter of fact, it's going to last longer. You're not even going to be able to smell yourself.
The thing is, what we do as men, we buy the wrong kind of deodorant anyway, and some deodorants burn. If you got hair up under your arm and you don't shave up under the arm, they burn. These deodorants with colognes in them really burn. They're not made for black men. They're really made for white. So if you do get something, you can get the unscented.
Yeah, like now if I try to, that's right. Because now if I try to use deodorant, that shit don't even feel right. It hurts. It burns.
Yeah.
Because my pores are just open.
Yeah, but the Arm and Hammered with no scent is good, and the baby powder one is good. Don't use the ones with the colognes and perfumes and shit in it because it will burn you.
Yeah. I know that. I don't use that kind of bullshit. And Lady Ruby, I see what you're saying. She's like, oh, y'all don't understand how much of a toxic scam deodorant is. I don't smell, sir. I'm not about some nonsense acids and baking sodas and EOS kills the smell. No one said you smelled, Lady Ruby. The only thing I said was, the no deodorant path, but that's a rough path right there for a brother. I would try that if I lived by myself, but I sleep in the bed with my wife and shit like that at night, and I stopped using deodorant. She might pack her shit.
There's a company,
gotta move up out of this motherfucker because
there's a company
you'll be wearing deodorant up in here.
But there's a company that makes a natural type deodorant. It's got charcoal. It's got a lot of the same things I'm talking about. All like natural oils, and it's probably held together with like shea butter.
Yeah.
You can find it on like the Thrive Market, or I forgot the other. Hell, you find it on Amazon. Just make sure it's got that black African Castile or hemp, and it's basically like a natural bar. You put it on your arm, and it does, and it does 100 times better than that bullshit. That Axe.
Yeah, I see Lady Ruby up here writing feverishly, but Lady Ruby, you know what I do for a living. You know me, so I'm one of them Negroes. I need deodorant. How the hell I'm not gonna have no deodorant on my shit? Goddamn it! I'm fucked up in the game.
I'm glad we're talking about this because in some of these spaces, brothers don't even want you to talk about hygiene and all.
But you know what, brother X, Ruby is right. You know what I'm saying? Because I got these dudes over here, these Japanese dudes, right? And Cerulean know this. It's summertime, it's humid. The devil outside drinking lemonade and kicking his feet out here. So it'll be 100 outside with 90% humidity out here. Straight swamp.
Like devil outside drinking lemonade. Drinking lemonade and teabagging the whole motherfucking town.
So now especially down here. So these guys, and when you're doing scaffolding, right? You're putting scaffolding up so the houses can come down and all that stuff. These dudes out here sweating, and you walk past them because a lot of the deodorants in Japan, like anything that's that whatever stuff, has to be imported in. Like Axe and all of that and whatever. But if you take a bottle of Axe deodorant and then you take the Japanese equivalent and you look at the ingredients on the back, 90% of the ingredients
aren't even in there.
The American version ain't in the Japanese version. Is you know what I'm saying? So their deodorant has a lot of the stuff that they're talking about. Now, when they mean no deodorant, right? You know, Ruby and Cerulli and the brother Pierre is talking about an alternative to commercial deodorant. It's still deodorant because you still consider those deodorant, right? In France, they don't wear no deodorant. They ain't even spraying nothing underneath the arm.
They ain't even hitting it with. They ain't hitting it with the peppermint.
Nothing. They ain't Nathan. Listen, brother.
They smelling like Shanghai River, nigga.
Old natural.
listen, brother X. I'm gonna tell you like this: they ain't shaving no legs, none of that shit. So we in France. Since all these dudes want to talk about these stories of these dirty foot chicks or whatever they want to do, right? They want to talk like this. So I'm gonna explain something to you, right? This is a rule. If you're gonna go to France and you're gonna do all of that, right? You don't show up to the club late in France, right? You show up when the club open. You better leave within 90 minutes to 2 hours.
Man,
because if you take that shit back to your room, you airing that shit the fuck out. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I mean, hey, but see, like you can't tell niggas, you know, you can't tell niggas shit because you know some of these niggas like fricassee ass cheeks.
Yeah, because if the women over there, okay, in France, you said, right?
Yeah,
if the women over there aren't using deodorant, there's a pretty good chance they're not putting shit down between their legs either. So they smell like goddamn feet and farts fighting, I would imagine.
But they smell like moldy jerk baguette, nigga.
Not even, you know, they don't groom the vagina hair.
It's
a fur burner.
That goddamn funk box.
Look, first of all,
like a gym locker with dirty socks in it.
First of all, look, if you ain't in and out of a French club by midnight, the only thing you got left is motherfucking literally molded baguettes, nigga, because that's what the fuck you gonna be smelling.
Yeah. Listen, I'm
molded crust, the motherfucking jerk croissant, nigga.
I'm gonna say this. Listen, I'm gonna say this, right? And you know, there's a lot of countries you go to, right? Like Italy. Oh, they pristine. Like how they smell, hygiene, how they carry themselves, you know, whatever. Spain the same way. They take that to a whole new level. Switzerland, you know, places like that. You're talking about Switzerland, you're talking about you know, Germany, you're talking about this. Like people just in general, there's general hygiene. Japan, you know what I mean? Like, you know, same thing. You get to Korea, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Whatever. It's certain shit that they eat, they breath be rocking, like that kimchi and all that other shit. Smoking cigarettes and drinking green tea and coffee don't go together.
Oh, sauerkraut, Germany.
Yeah, exactly, and prawn juice, right? So certain thing, right? So, but when you go into certain countries, and I ain't going to talk about the other countries, right? I'm talking about first world countries. When you talking about England, they just put a whole bunch of perfume on. France,
I mean, if you look at where the best perfumes and colognes come from, the reason why they shit is the best is only in relation to how funky they ass is.
They gotta be ultra powerful.
Different cultures is different, man. You know, I'm Nigerian and Dominican. I'm Nigerian and Dominican, and I know that.
Hold on, Ken Rob says. Okay. Ken Rob says something.
Don't get me started on Don't get me started on Nigerian or Kenya, man. Look,
I ain't never smelled myself.
I'm not talking about you because you in America. But once you get outside of the city limits of Lagos, shit, you go, man. That bitches be smelling like fucking literally, like straight up. I'm talking about open hyena ass around that motherfucker.
I'm telling you, chick ain't using like.
And you might see her walking. She got the big old hump on her back.
Yeah.
Like, oh, where can I get one of those? Yeah, get it. Go up there and talk to her.
She ain't using nothing on her body.
Smell that. You can smell that ass from the front, nigga.
Yeah, I mean, she ain't using nothing on her body, man. She ain't putting nothing on her arms or nothing. you know,
like she
down
wiped
between
her
her.
ass with a dirty hyena pelt, nigga.
Yeah, man.
Yes. Listen, listen,
hygiene is so important.
And then she just wrapped up in it and took a nap.
I'm telling you,
I'm gonna tell you
goddamn.
something. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. So we was over there in Dubai, right? We was over there in Dubai.
Tell you, trifling.
Listen, we was over there in Dubai. We in the desert, right? It's hot. We in the desert. We out there, right? So we go to the hotel, get us some hookah, sit back, chilling, relax, right? It's these like 4 Ethiopian chicks walk in, right? You know what I'm saying? They bend in the corner. Like, you know what I mean? When I mean bend in the corner, we say bend in the corner. That means she's around the corner, but her ass is around the other corner, right? So they bend in the corner, coming around, right? So we're like, oh, man, look at chick. You know what I'm saying? We up there, you know what I'm saying? Especially you stuck in, you know, you in Asia, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you come to Asia, you know, it's no ass at all land over here. So everything is like a mirage when you see some ass finally, right? So you looking, you're like, oh shit, it's some ass, some sisters, some ass. Ah, yeah, right. And then, you know, they walked to the bar and stuff. We sit them there with the hookah thing, and we the only ones there. They see us, right? So they come over, right? She's like, oh yeah, we about to get it popping, right? We about to, you know, spit some game, do our thing. So one of the chicks, the other 2 chicks stand up. The third chick sits down on the couch. And my man looked at me, and I looked at him, and I looked at my other man, and we start checking each other like, yo, nigga, what the fuck, nigga? Like, it smell like you just playing football outside. Like, what the fuck? Like, because, you know what I mean? And then...
Right, smell like a nigga you used to go roofing with.
Yeah, I'm sitting up here and I'm like, yo, what's going on? So you know what my man did, right? So he leaned up against the nice little plushy couch thing. So when he did that, we got that whiff again, and we all looked to the left.
Oh, then you know the spicy food don't make it no better either, right?
Yeah. Oh, so we sitting there, right? And my man was like this, like he started, like he started, see, this is the thing that they don't want to tell you. See, niggas ain't got no standards. My man decided to keep puffing on the hookah harder and blow out the smoke to knock the funk down, right? Like he's gonna knock it down, right? And we looked at this dude like, bro, really? And he was like, man, she fine. I said, nigga, he said, nigga, I could put her in the shower. I said, nigga, you go put her ass in the shower.
Shit. Man, you know, it's funny because traveling in some of those countries in Africa, whether it's East Africa, North Africa, South Africa, like I didn't even know that shit. I didn't even know that they made Louisiana hot sauce in that motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
It's like they don't, but it's like a motherfucker just took a dead carcass off the side of the Serengeti, fucking doused it with Louisiana fucking Tabasco.
So damn, DeAndre, you saying she smelled like tuna booty,
and then decided to skin it and wear it as a coat, nigga. Like that's.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm gonna tell you one thing that I learned. And Cerulean could attest for this, right? Cerulean could attest for this.
Y'all are killing me, right?
There's nothing horrible in the world, right? You know what I mean? Like if you got sons, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know, they going through their thing, and you open that door and it smell like feet and arms, right?
Yeah.
But it's nothing worse than a stinking ass woman, right?
Yeah,
it's
man.
Nothing worse.
Man, not to mention Addis, right?
Space.
Addis in certain places, if you're in a professional setting in Addis, man, like you wouldn't think nothing wrong with that country.
And she wants you to eat.
Yeah. You get outside of Addis, nigga, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
like,
bro. Yeah.
Nigga, like that ass smell like it's got a barbecue match striker in the crack of it.
Okay? He said, Tim, hey, Tim, you missed it when you was talking about the French woman earlier. That's how the whole conversation started. I was like, we just talking about in general. And then here's another thing, right? He
fucking died of carbon monoxide poison and trying to fuck that.
Man, listen, look, I'm gonna say this, right? And this is why I say it's certain things you gotta get used to, right? Like if you're traveling, people don't want to talk about these things, but these are the first things and this is when I said is I didn't realize how American I was until I left America. Imagine you gotta take a shit or something, right? You out, you eating, shit happens.
Oh, it gotta fucking walk miles to find the place that actually sells toilet paper.
Yeah, and then you go right. You in the first world country, right? I'm in Japan, right? Japan, I heard about these
Nigga,
singing
me, I'm
toilets
like,
and
fuck
all
it.
this extra shit, right?
I'm
So
like,
I'm
fuck it,
going.
man. Hey, drop me off somewhere. I need to take a shit, and I'm taking the cabbie shirt with me, nigga.
So,
Okay, go ahead, man. Let me hear what you're saying.
so I'm over here. I'm going into the bathroom, right? And we in a place. We're in a nice place. I go into the bathroom, but it's a traditional Japanese restaurant. So I go into the bathroom. I'm like, man, I gotta take a shit. I'm looking around, and it's just a hole in the floor.
Oh God.
You know what I'm
Oh
saying? It's
no.
a squat toilet. Nigga, we don't know what that
Nigga,
fucking is. I
I'll
thought it
die of
was like
colon
a
cancer first, nigga.
yeah, I thought it was a new type of urinal when I first saw it. I'm like, nigga, where the shit at? Right? So they was
Mm-mm.
like, oh
Oh
no,
no.
we don't have a westernized toilet. So the staff was nice enough to take me across the street to another restaurant, explain to them the understanding, like, hey, he needs to use the bathroom, right? And they was like, well, why don't he gotta use the? Well, he said, go over there. He said, no. We have traditional toilets. Like, okay. And they walked me into the restaurant, showed me the toilet, right? Now this shit looks space aged, right? Like space age toilet. Like, you know what I mean? I was like, and you know what I'm saying? And then the next time we went to the restaurant, this is one thing they do in Japan and in certain parts of Asia, is next time we went to that restaurant, the owner must have went out and tore the fucking floor up. It's a brand new like Western toilet, and it says on there Western toilet on it. So it's rest of the world. They don't want to tell you, oh, you want to travel this place? Okay, have you been off the reservation? Because I don't hear no you had to shit in the hole stories from you. Because you ain't really been to the country. Like you just
Hey,
been in
that's
the
a good thing for them to have let you use the restroom because you know motherfuckers out here, even in San Francisco, they in LA and San Francisco, they are not gonna let you use the restroom.
No.
Nigga, it's not even only that. Like niggas talk about they going to the DR to get some like nigga, they have rolling blackouts and their entire water system is electric.
Yeah.
What?
I want to you have a rolling blackout and your water depends on the electric and you having rolling blackouts. Where the fuck is you shitting at?
Yeah.
Well, you know, now out here they because because I know in LA that you have to pay 75 cents to use the restroom. But if you're in
I will tell a tuk-tuk driver, hey, give me that spare shirt. Fuck that.
But listen, this is the thing. Like now they got these $1 million restrooms that they have put out on the side that sanitize themselves, and they have to let you use the restroom, but they only put them in certain areas. They ain't gonna put them with a homeless set, but they're gonna put them like in the real nice areas. So
yeah, you were talking about that the last time you were here.
Me
Brother
and
Coffee.
G. Yeah, G was too.
Yeah.
That's
But we
crazy,
about to wrap this up. It's getting late, Negroes. Whoever want to go can go. Shoot your parting shot before we get up out of here.
I'll go ahead and go, but I want to ask DeAndre one more question because
go ahead.
I wanted to know because I'm a fashion designer. I only do menswear, and I do Japanese fashion mixed with American fashion because of the body types. We're no longer shaped like the men of the 40s and the 50s. You got all kind of shit that's mixed up. You got men that have gynecomastia at the chest. You got some men that have a damn 32 waist, but everything else is 45.
That's my problem.
Yeah. So what I need to do, I want to know that if I come over there, where is the fashion district and what do I need to know?
Harajuku.
Oh yeah, Harajuku.
Okay.
And Harajuku or Roppongi or Shibuya.
Yeah, Shibuya. Between okay, so if you're gonna be a fashion designer, here's the first one. If you're gonna come over and be a fashion designer, this is the best thing for you to do. The best time for you to actually come over is between the end of September and actually all the way until February. That's the best time for you to come over. Harajuku, which is Shibuya, like it's right around the corner. Yoyogi Park, that's where they actually walk around and do a lot of their photography in Yoyogi Park. That's like right up the street from Harajuku. That's where all the boutiques are. like the Louis Vuitton, you know, all of that, the Hermes,
So they don't
all the
do it in
boutique.
like Hide Park anymore.
Nah, they don't do it there. Then the
No,
other thing
something about the
is
fabric though. The fabric, you know, you
the
can get cheap out there, huh?
no, you don't get fabric cheap. That's Korea and
Oh
China.
no,
You don't get nothing cheap in Japan. Nothing
that
cheap.
or Thailand,
Or
yeah, or
Thailand, yeah,
Thailand
you get your
or
fabric.
Korea,
But
yeah.
even if you did get it, like what you want to do is, if you want to design, what you do is you come and you know you get with the people, and then they'll hook you up, right? Because if you're good at your design, they, you know, Japanese will throw money at the wall. So you know, I mean, you design your cuts like how you did it, right? And then what you do is once you want to mass produce it more, then you take your final blueprint and then you go fly to Thailand and whatever because it's right there, and then you have them do it in the shop.
Oh
Like you know what I'm
wow!
saying?
Well,
You
I
have,
do have my own workroom here in
yeah,
America, and I have 27 sewing machines. I most of them are Juki. You know
yeah,
what Juki is, yeah.
mhm,
So I also have a whole lot of fabrics that I have ordered from Asia, from Africa, India, and they're quality fabrics. But the most popular fabric in Asia is I think it's Japanese cotton
yes,
and
because of
Japanese
the
denim.
denim.
Yeah, and
Yeah, the denim. Well, I'm gonna tell you why with the denim, right? Because that's how they make kimonos. They use a certain type of denim, and that's the pattern, and that's how they cut out their kimonos, right? So, what a lot of a lot of fashion designers do when they come to Japan, they go buy old kimonos, and then they cut that up because a kimono, a Japanese kimono, male or female kimono, that fabric, if you want to get a kimono made for you, a real kimono, you paying $10,000 at the
whoa,
minimum.
I know that. Yeah.
At the
See,
minimum, yes, sir.
the last thing I'm gonna say, I did take up historical fashion. I mean, historical costume and design. You know, everything that's like ceremonial dress. So I
Yeah,
know all about all that stuff there. I am a professional pattern maker. I do design clothes for men 36 and up in the waist. No skin
yeah,
is allowed.
yeah. I
I'm
would say this. I would say this to you, right? If you come over, right? Um, come over, you know, first, just you know, come over, save yourself some money. Cause you know, if I was there closer, I just, you know what I'm saying, let you just, you know what I mean, whatever. But I live too far away now. So come over, um, stay in a with the share house or the hostel thing, where it's like $300, $400 a night, a month. My bad, a month, right? Stay there because that's where you know, and there's one that's just for fashion designers, right? And then they'll get you hooked into a company, right? And if you have your own company, that company will sponsor you so you can stay longer,
Oh
right?
yeah,
And
that's why he said Harajuku. That's like the artisan district. Yeah.
yeah, so you're down there, you're in that area, right? Because this is how Bathe and Ape actually got started, right? So you down in that area and you dealing with all of that. So you dealing with like known in the industry. You're dealing with top level people, right? That like when Kanye came over, that's how he really got into the fashion thing. He actually came through the Japan way. He tried to go through Europe and they wouldn't let him. So he came through the Japanese side, the Asian side, and then that's how he was able to run into a lot of these people, far as all of that. So I would say come over between late September until like late February. Come around that time, and then
And let me say this, and then I'm gonna get down. But yeah, I'm already kind of hooked because when I went to school in San Francisco for
yeah,
fashion. If you want a degree, you want it from Tokyo, you want it from London, you want it from Paris, and you want it from LA and San Francisco out here. And the thing is, while in school, we had all these different top of the line, major companies that would come to the school. I was selected by Adidas. That's how cold I am. Y'all don't know that, but yeah. And I'm doing a full collection for Adidas, and I'll be doing my whole portfolio digital on YouTube as well. But I'm doing everything in steps. So the thing is, I want to be an independent designer. Well, I am an independent designer, but I also want to be able to ghost design for other people.
yeah,
If that makes sense, yeah.
Oh,
I
like a
got what you.
Dapper Dan type of guy.
Oh yeah, man! I'm so happy they really gave this man his flowers, because Dapper Dan been doing shit since the 70s.
Oh yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And they didn't give him no props. The only reason why people bought Gucci and Louis Vuitton and all those and MCM was because of Dapper Dan.
Yeah. Well, it was he made it he made it mainstream, so but you know what, I'm gonna say it like this, bro. You got my email, I got yours. I'm gonna actually send you an email so we can actually go on your channel, chop it up, and stuff like that, and really exchange stuff, and then far as the logistics of getting down here and moving around, because a lot of things have changed. It's a lot cheaper to move around if you don't know it or not. You know what I'm saying? But just to move it around and stuff like that, I can give you the insight if you're coming over here in Asia, and I got some connections to certain people that we can talk about, because I do entertainment. Like I do shows and shit like that, like concerts and working with artists and
I'm
all
a
that
singer
stuff.
as well, so I done a whole lot back in the day. Sat on a record label for 2 years, and that would be Bad Boy. And it didn't happen because you know how Puffy is. He wants you to be in a 4-man group, and I'm cool with. Look, I know all the 112. They've been over to the Roger Report and all these guys.
Yeah.
They were coming there because of me, But at
Okay.
the same time, thank you, man. Look, I thank even
appreciate it, bro.
thought for letting me come up to talk to you. I didn't even think
Absolutely.
it was far,
You already know what it is, brother Quappy. You know what it is.
Yes, sir.
You know what it is.
Thank you for connecting us, man. See, these are the connections that we need to make in the space, and everything don't always have to be a stupid debate.
No,
it don't. And your cameraman is good. Yours.
Well, I didn't just meet brother DeAndre tonight. I've known of brother DeAndre for quite some time.
Yeah.
So, like I keep telling you, Negroes, that I didn't do this for you tonight. I did this so I can catch up with my man. I mean, I know that probably sucks to hear, but it's the truth. I didn't do it for you Negroes. I did it because I want to chop it up with my man who I hadn't talked to in a while. Y'all just was in on the conversation. That's all.
Well,
y'all just in on it.
When we see the notification in the thumbnail and we see a brother up there, we know it's going to be interesting when it comes to the show.
So you assumed it was for y'all. You assumed it was for y'all.
Hey,
I'm just fucking with you, brother.
Yeah, sometimes we gotta take a break from the trauma bonding. Like we gotta take a break. Cuffing season is coming. We'll trauma bond next week. We'll talk about how much pussy y'all niggas ain't getting next week.
Man, sometimes we can talk about other stuff. We hear so much shit around here. It's crazy. But look, man, thank you. And
everybody put your channel in the chat, because I believe everybody's a mod here. So, put your channel in the chat, just in case people want to go down to your channel and check you out, see what you got going on. You know what I'm saying? Everybody do that so people know who you are and where to find you. All right.
Well, I got a lot of my bones over on this side, between you and BGS. So I'm pretty sure the audience knows where to find me.
Okay. Any parting shots before we get up out of here, Professor Cerulli?
Look, I ain't throwing no shots at nobody, man. Like, it's funny because, talking about shots, I still hear niggas throwing shots at me. You know what I mean? I'm too busy right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I got an organization to rebuild because coronavirus really just gave, a lot of the brothers kind of a reason to say, man, fuck this community shit, man. like for real. And then whenever it comes time for like dues and shit, niggas be like, oh man, like, man, I'll see you next week, and then they don't see you next week. So it's just like, so I'm trying to rebuild an organization, and and then there's house projects that I've been derelict on myself, that I'm getting done. So I don't be having time for it. But see, that's a lot of things with like a lot of YouTube churches, right? And that's kind of what made me and those other Negroes fall out. They don't really want you to have a life outside of YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Because I never really actually wanted to be a content creator. You know, I was perfectly fine being an observer, you know, background observer, you know, supporter. I was perfectly fine with that, you know. And
I
it was like 2 years.
3 whole months before I did it, man. I've been in the space for nearly 6 years, just being in the chat. And when I did it, I said, I'm gonna really do it right. You know, I'm a person that goes out into the community to get you the information. I'm not just a guy that's sitting, you know, on the panel. You know, I'm talented, but I don't give you room to argue with me. You can't argue with me. If you argue, you're gonna be arguing in the actual comment section, which is still boosting me up.
Yeah, but you know, when I was participating on like the BGS Saturday Night Hangouts back in the day, you know, people in the chat, you know, when he would have like 700-800, you know, 1,000 motherfuckers watching, would always say, like, man, it's really, you should make a channel, you know, and they were doing that for like 2 years almost. And I finally did it, and it's like, and then when I did it, I started noticing like the low key hate, disrespect, and started backing up, you know. And then I saw what he did to my man Jay Shine. Sorry, he did Lay Ruby, and this is like I already know I got the axe coming next anyway, so I might as well, you know, go ahead and do the slow fade, you know.
Yeah.
And niggas didn't like the slow fade because see, I just like to put it out there. And when I did the trial bubble, you know, the hit dogs hollered, and then that's when that whole thing happened on BGS's panel like 2 years ago. I've been like way over that shit though.
Yeah. See me, I'm the type. I'm the type of person where. See, I'm the type of person where I'm a self-made man. I built my own fucking business. I do it all on my own. Okay, I'm a motherfucker in my 50s. Right. I'm a grandfather. I ain't gonna let no motherfucker on YouTube tell me what to do, how to do it, when to do it. None of that shit. And anybody who don't fucking like it, just stay the fuck away from me.
Exactly. And if you notice X, and exactly X, if you notice X, like all the people that separated from them niggas over there, everyone that separated from there had their own mind. Like did their own thing, stood on their own shit. And it's like I was the nigga before they wanted the crybabies and you know the ones that wanted to have a pity party and the black woman ain't shit, you know, fucking therapy groups and shit when they wanted to have all that shit. I was a nigga like trying to like prevent them from going into that. Like you pandering to an audience. Why do that when we've been actually going against niggas about that shit? We was just going at Obsidian. Matter of fact, it's so funny because I remember when there was a nigga running around here, Rude Imp, right? When he was a lackey of Obsidian. And then me and Obsidian, we had our exchange, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it ain't not that I have anything personal against Obsidian. I was like, yeah, I could talk to him, you know, man to man. I mean, it's not it's like, oh, and you had, you know, this background actors, or how come this couldn't happen before? Like, man, I'm just keeping it 100, nigga. I'm a dick.
And you know what, man? Saying what you need to say out loud, you know, and not talking in subliminals work out. That's why I like this channel. Because these dudes, they be going in over here. But at the same time, you got some that can take it, you got some that can't.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've never been one to censor my guests, and you know, brother DeAndre and Cerulean too. You know, this isn't. It's actually pretty good to have brother Cerulean on here because it's been a while. But these brothers are familiar with me, and I'm pretty fucking consistent. And I've never been one to, you know, choose sides. I've never been one to tell you can't be on my shit, and when you do come on my shit, you can't say what you want to say. But see, a lot of people don't want to afford you that same wiggle room. They want you to be part of the whole cliquish, clubbish, cultish bullshit, and I'm just not with it. And,
look, I'll be so 100 with you. I'm gonna be so 100 with you, X. Like to be honest with you, look at them niggas over there, man. None of them niggas can exist or last or even sustain or thrive outside of their own little bubble.
They ain't got no fucking personality, man, and they ain't talented. I love the fact that you got thought right here that can teach us about music, microphones, and studio, and how to conduct things professionally. If you're gonna do a podcast the way he doing it, you got DJ Cooler. I do fuck with him. I don't know if anybody fuck with him, but I like DJ Cooler.
I be over there a lot, man. When I get it,
fuck
you know,
with, I
when
fuck
I
with
can,
DJ
Just
Cooler.
like when me and Obsidian had our debate on here, right? And there was a lot of boys from his camp, that said, oh, he won. But in reality, if you really look at the debate, he brought it to the ad hominem shit, which would technically mean that he lost the debate. But see, I kept the shit so scholarly that he had to break it down to the ad hominem. Saying, oh, so really, you don't know how to do business. Oh, actually, I do know how to do business. I do know that just because you send out a fucking invoice with no services rendered, that's not called business. That's actually called scamming, according to SEC laws. And mind you, that Negro still sends those $10 invoices every month with no services rendered. Don't even watch the shit. Just like, dude, if a motherfucker reported you, if you got charged for every time you sent out one of those bullshit invoices, when motherfuckers don't watch their shit, they just on an email list, you could be fucking prosecuted for scamming motherfuckers.
No.
But see, a good thing about YouTube is that you can't be held accountable in the court of law for anything that you say, even whenever you're fucking over people or sending out bullshit invoices.
Well, I
didn't get a product. I didn't order a product from you or get anything on credit from you, nigga. Like you sending, nigga. But that's not business. Why you telling motherfuckers, oh, you don't know
I
how
will
to
have
do
to
business?
ask
But
him about
it's
that.
funny.
I have to ask him about that because he's not here to he's not here to defend himself. So I'll ask him about that at some point.
Obsidian know damn well, man. I'll go head to head with dude. You know what I mean? Like there ain't a dude. There really ain't. Like I don't even know if there's a guy in the space that I haven't went head to head with.
But you know what, though, brother? What I learned in this space is to debate respectfully and respect each and everybody's opinion, because it's just an opinion. It don't fuck up my day at all. You know what I'm saying?
No,
So, what I won't let you do is push me up against the wall and think I'm in a court of law, a jury, to where, they do it to the weak, but you can't do it with me. I'm very.
What it is like a person will have a philosophy over here. YouTube terms. They have a philosophy over here. And so, because they don't have our philosophy, they give the ad hominems and the labels. Oh, this big blue pill and need this. Like, Nick, I ain't none of that shit. Like, no, I was talking the way that I've been talking since I came into this motherfucker.
But you know what I do agree. But I do agree in this space is that we all agree to some extent about things when it comes to women. But what I don't like is to see men who are very happy and got a wife, kids, shit working at home, and they up on the panel. I mean, come on, dude.
Think about it like this, right? It's psychological conditioning, right? Like, okay, so let me put it to you like this. There was a whole show dedicated to a man about women. It was called Married with Children.
Oh, okay.
So if you
Archie Bunker, right?
Yeah,
Archie Bunker before that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Right? Like, what I mean? And even to a certain case, then you had George Jefferson to a certain case, right? Yeah, to a certain point, right? To a certain tinge to it. What it basically is this, and this is just my 2 cents into it, right? Is that what I noticed is we all know about drug awareness, right? Alcoholism, don't do drugs, don't do crack, things like that, right? But we don't go to AA meetings. If you don't have an alcohol problem, why are you going and watching an AA meeting every single chance that you get? Right? After a while, your empathy, you're going to be, it's one thing to be empathetic, right? But then you're going to take on the trauma that you've never experienced. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to feed into it. And then you're going to blame every bad part of your life on this thing that really doesn't actually exist because you've never put yourself out there to actually be into that trauma that this person is actually talking about. So what I started to notice is it's the trauma bonding of pussy. That's what it turned into. Because when I came into the space, I didn't know what it was called, but I jumped on BGS's panel. And but it was because I was subscribed to O'Shea for a while, and I used to watch his funny little shorts. I thought the shit was comedy, so I you know what I mean, I thought it was funny, and I wanted to support because I didn't see too many black content creators. And then that's when I first met everybody. I met Brother X over there, Cerulean, Angry Man, Kevin, everybody that was in the space.
Oh, Suspicious Samuels, huh?
Yeah, actually, my first run-in with Obsidian was the famous, he asked the question and didn't deflect it off his own question. He didn't want to answer his own question that he asked everybody on the panel. That was the first time I ever met Obsidian. I actually had that back and forth with him, and it was just a calm conversation. So, but I saw it morph into something else. I understood these other men's issues and problems, and I know because I've seen it on both sides. So I'm not going to say that the issues and problems does not exist in society, because it does. I would be a liar, right? But what I also started to see, and this is when I stepped back, right, is what I start seeing is I start listening to these other brothers that never had these experiences, but the fear and the trauma of what this man is talking about. He had that experience because he actually had the experience. To be a man or to be human, you will fail at something. There's no perfect person that gets it right the first time. If you've seen a master, he doesn't fail how many times to become the master of that thing, to get to that pinnacle, right? So, and they're talking about this. Now, did they find a solution to that problem? Right? Are they telling you about the end-all solution? And that the solution that they found is for their particular phenotype, their mind, their, you know, what they're doing themselves, right? Like, you can't be me, right? You can't take the road that I took to do what I'm doing. You know, like, I live here, right? You live there. Can you live here and do what I'm doing? Are you willing to deal with the pros and the cons of what I have to live with? And I will tell you what my mistakes were and my triumphs were, and then you apply it to your life. You don't get that. You stop getting the balance, right? You started, and I'm not saying everybody's doing that. I'm just saying it's just a genuine tinge about it, right? And then you see it in the comment section. And the content creator can't watch everything. He can't police everything, right? All the time, right? You can only do but so much. But that's what start taking over. And then the older elders of the space, now they're starting to see it. Now they're starting to see the infestation. You know, like
oh,
you know,
yeah,
they're starting to see
invasive
it.
species.
Yeah, they're starting to see it, right? And I think a lot of times with, you know, Brother X and you know, with Cerulean and myself, me and Cerulean talk all the time. And I'll tell him to get the fuck out of the DeLorean, and he'll tell me to put the flux capacitor back, right? Because we'll call things 6 months to 12 months in advance. Here's a prediction that I'm going to tell all of you that's going to happen. Here's a couple of them. Would y'all like to hear them?
Yeah,
okay. Make it quick. Make it quick, because we're about to wrap it up. We're about to wrap it up.
Man. So here's the first prediction. Everybody that was really hard on the conservatism and kicking, you know, the proverbial black baby mama in the pussy, they gonna be pro-black, and they gonna be hotepping for pussy in the next 6 to 12 months. I said it. Okay.
I mean, you've already seen remnants of it, right? Like,
yeah, it's already happened.
Just like 2 years ago, we said that niggas about to hop back into their pro-black bag.
Yeah,
and now you see these. It's like,
it's cool.
It's like 1 minute is, oh, these bitches ain't shit. The, you know, sundress season.
Yeah,
you know,
let me interject on that. Let me interject on that, because you have these people, right, who used to say a lot of things, you know, about females, like you said. Now those are the more pro-black people, and now the so-called pro-black people are now the conservatives and hailing the fucking white man. Ain't that some shit?
Mm-hmm.
The motherfucker. you got these one bit of people who railed on women. Now they pro-black, and now the pro-black motherfuckers are conservatives, and they running with the white man.
Well, you got to look at the catalyst though, right? Because if you remember when you had the white dude up on the panel with certain group of derelicts, you know, telling them that they got low IQ and that basically they ain't shit. That, you know, all of a sudden they want to drop a lot of that conservative shit. They want to hop back into the pro-black bag because the white man said it was okay because he didn't, you know, basically said you niggas is low IQ. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the whole time you propping the nigga up, you propping the white dude up, right?
Yeah.
And see, like these are catalysts for that same change. But see, the thing about it is, if you look at the niggas that was claiming conservative, mind you, the conservative bandwagon was basically a short-term money grab. Same way the whole woe is me because some black chick in high school didn't give me a pony, right? Them niggas was crying like bitches. And motherfuckers wanted to appeal to that because they saw a short-term money grab from a little niche base of motherfuckers that when you really look at it, like, let's just take Angry Man, for example. And this ain't even no shots, my nigga.
No,
like when all the real niggas left, like he don't have no supporters no more. He has a bunch of do boys and yes men now.
Yeah, and the thing
that's why
he's not here to defend himself. So, you know, I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't get into that shit because I prefer brothers be here to defend themselves. So, you know, he's not here to defend himself. So we ain't even gonna go there.
But see, I'm not throwing no shade and I'm throwing no shots. I'm just saying, like, it's a bunch of yes men and do boys, and then look what it led to. Some dude, copyright and trademarking the name of a space that Angry Man gave a moniker to.
Okay, but who did it though? I never knew who name is on it. It's a mystery.
Spencer, Dr. Spencer Holman.
Oh, everybody's been talking about it. It's all over the internet.
But here's the other thing with that, right? Because you know, I'm not even going to touch that too much. But the second part of this, right? The second part of this is, and when I mean the whole tapping for pussy thing is that's the dudes, right? Then
but
you know what I'm saying?
We're talking about the whole tapping for pussy right now, and because we just know about a nigga that was just calling himself a conservative, and now he whole tapping for pussy with a nigga that did copywritten and trademark a space that's wholly targeted at fucking whole tapping for pussy. While motherfuckers just sitting there crying about bitches all day.
They missed the mark, man. You know, with taking care of the business, and look at what happened.
Well,
then now, you know, got some kind of jealousy or angst because Suspicious Samuel's blowing up all over the place. His name all over the place, and you just seeing dudes that you interacted with whenever you know they were smaller channels that are just doing so much better than you.
And the thing is, nobody owe anybody anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy. I want what I want for you.
That's what it all boils down to, brother Coffee. You hit the nail on the fucking head. Don't nobody owe anybody else shit.
That's right.
Yeah. Now,
nothing.
Here's the other thing, and here's the other prediction. Here's the other prediction. The other prediction is this: there's going to be a massive separation between church and state. And what I mean is by this, if you, I know Brother X does this as like kind of like community service. You know what I'm saying? You got your own business, you make money. Like, you know, you can tell the brothers that do this as community service, you know what I'm saying, to a certain degree, right? But there's going to be a separation of church and state. And what I mean by separation of church and state is that that everybody's going to look at the business model. Right? The business model is you're going to have to invest in your equipment. You're going to have to actually control your panels or your content to that degree. Or you can get up here and you can be in whatever church. But here's the other problem. It doesn't matter how you run your panels. Women always support their interests. That's why 75% of your closet space as a man belongs to a woman when she moves in your house.
Yeah. But see, the thing is this. I mean, on this channel hasn't went that way. And you know, I've never had a problem with women coming on here, nothing like that. But I look at my analytics, my shit is still 92 and 8. All right, 92% brothers, 8% women. I mean, I got a few women that come by the channel, you know, by and by, but I mean, the ladies know this is never going to be a female's channel. It's just never going to be that. All right. It may have some things on here that interest women, but women will never control the pace of this channel. That's never going to happen.
And the fact that you have structure makes it proper.
Yeah, they're never gonna control the pace of this channel. I mean, I because of the shit I talk about and the people I have on here. So, and like I said, I mean, I don't have a problem with women coming on here. I've had female debates, all right, quite a few, with a female timekeeper in the whole 9.
Wow.
But I mean, look through my catalog. I mean, I don't have a problem with women coming on the channel. I really don't, you know, none whatsoever. But, you know, this is never going to be a female controlled channel where I'm gearing the fucking material to suit females. We're never going to be there. We're not going to be there.
Because they got their own thing. They got a whole bunch of them.
Yeah. They can do their own shit. This is no.
Brother X, I typed something in the chat. Cerulean knows what this is. Could you put that up on the screen? It's an equation that I thought about. And I'm gonna explain what it means. P2, P to the second power times P to the fourth power equals P. And what that really means is, right, and this is for a couple, right? Provisions. And a lot of these brothers got this confused because, you know, they take this everybody's a 6-figure nigga right now. So you talk about the top 1% to 10% of black people are all in one space on YouTube. Because y'all niggas sure got a lot of time for a nigga that's 6 figures. But anyway, so P to the second power times P to the fourth power. So provisions. So you have to provide for you and whoever else is in your household. So say it's just you and your woman, right? Now, what is the other P for? P to the fourth power. So whatever provisions that you provide, you have to provide double the protection. Like you were saying, you got all them doors in your house. Now you got to get a dog. That's another expense that you got to do for protection, and you got cameras, right? So what that means is, and this is where men always lose out on, right? And this is this actually shows the Pookie and Ray Ray argument, the educated lame thing, right? If you're only for providing, if that's all you can bring to the table, why does a woman go lay down with, say, the hood dude or whatever? Because he can do the one thing now that she didn't need just that before, because she can provide for herself because of society, right? But she always going to need protection, right? She's always going to need protection, right? So that doesn't mean that just providing alone is going to get you a quality woman where you can build a legacy. And that doesn't mean just you offering protection alone is going to give, you know, a quality woman. But P2 times P4 equals P, peace of mind, right? Power, or in their case, a piece of pussy. That's it. That's all.
I like it, bro.
All right. That's a good place to end this. I appreciate the brothers coming through, man. Brother Kwafi, Brother Cerulean, the professor, man. You got to come back more often, man. It's good having you up here, brother, man. You got to come back more often. And of course, Brother DeAndre, I appreciate all you good brothers, man, for coming through tonight. But before we go, good folks, y'all know I must hit y'all with T.P.O.T's programming notes. Yeah, I don't know. Next week, I think I'm going to go ahead and do this on Wednesday. Next week, we're going to be talking redemption. We're going to do a redemption story next week. And those of you brothers out there who have a redemption story of your own, whether you went to prison or you had a rough life or you homeless and now You know, you're in a better position. You may be even successful. You might have become a thousandaire or a millionaire. I don't know. But next week, we're going to be showcasing a story. I'm not going to tell y'all who it is. Y'all got to look for the thumbnail. We're going to be showcasing a story about redemption. And I'll give y'all one hint. This person is or was a popular artist a while back. All right. And this person has went through some stuff. He has redeemed himself, and he's actually doing some really, really big things now. So we're going to be showcasing his story next week. And also, I believe Thursday night, if we don't have a debate Thursday night, we are going to get into this.
I met this lady in 2008.
We're going to talk about this
in 2011.
All right.
We had our first
talk
child
about this next
in
week.
2011. We had our second child in 2015. Right. We've been married for 10 years. We've been together for 13 years. We just recently found out we're brothers and sisters.
Yeah. We're going to talk about this next week if we don't do a debate next week, folks.
Lord Jesus.
All right. We're going to get into it. Y'all know that we've talked about this kind of stuff before. Yeah, we're going to get into it, man. We'll get into it next week.
Damn, so he's also his kid's uncle.
Hey, yes, exactly. So if we don't do a debate, y'all, we are going to talk about this topic. All right. Probably Thursday, because we're going to do our redemption story on Wednesday, folks. And then Thursday, we're probably going to be talking about this. And of course, you know, X is going to have more than just this example. Because y'all know, those of you who follow me know that I've talked about this stuff before. When you got a bunch of people who are being sired by one person, and you have these people living in one area, this is not impossible. I've been talking about this to y'all since 2015. All right. This is not new, nor is it news. And it's not just something that white folks do. All right.
Nah, matter of fact, if I can just interject something real quick, you go back to the 1891 census. There's a reason why they started doing anti-incest laws, because like half of the whites in America were inbred, and that was your first major immigration policy that brought over the bulk of the Irish.
Oh yeah, we're going to get into it, good folks, but we're getting ready to wrap this up. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. I appreciate all the good folks out there, and of course, all the good folks who hang out in here. Once again, I want to shout out all the brothers who came through tonight. The Professor Cerulean, Brother Coffee, and of course, the guest of honor, Brother DeAndre. I appreciate all you good brothers, and most importantly, I appreciate you good folks out there, man, for hanging out with us tonight, man, until the wee hours of the morning. As always, stay tuned for what we got going down next week. We might do something Saturday too. It all depends. It all depends on what happens. You know, I'm always behind the scenes working on something for you Negroes. So just stay tuned, check the thumbnails, and see what we got going on. What's good, brother? Perfect Black. I see my Chi-Town brother out there. I see you up there, brother. So with that, I will leave you good folks with 3 words, you know, like I always do. Open your mind.
Dark Exodus. Dark Exodus. The protester. Dark Exodus.
Open your mind.
Yeah, X. Dark exit. You understand? Yeah, X. You understand? Open your mind. Dark X. Yeah, X. You understand? Yeah, X. Open your mind. Dark exodus. Dark exodus.
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your mind.